Welcome in to another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, beautiful people. Happy Friday. I'm happy to be back here with y'all. Sorry to keep y'all waiting. I had to go through and grab a couple of things real quick before I came on, so I hope everyone's had a wonderful Friday. I know some of y'all are probably just getting home, trying to get here, so I'll give y'all a few minutes to try and get in here, and I can shuffle this deck. But I hope y'all's Friday's been productive, and it's been good. Hi, Nancy. How you doing, honey? Hopefully you've had a good Friday. Hopefully it's been a productive one. And hopefully you got some sleep too, honey. I know you said you weren't sleeping well, so did you try that sound thing, the frequency? Did you look it up? I'm curious to know if it helped you. Because I don't ever think about unless someone brings it up that says they're struggling with insomnia, and then I see somebody else mention it. Not yet. Well, let me know if it helps you, honey. Hi, beautiful Karen. How you doing, girlfriend? And thank you. How's everything going with you, honey? Staying out of trouble? It seems like with me, it's like the trouble seems to find me, especially when I'm not looking for it. It seems like it finds me more. Oh my goodness. Well, I got some new decks in today, but I haven't had a chance to look at them yet. So, you're okay? Trying to get better? What do you mean you're okay trying to get better? What's going on with you, girlfriend? Is that man that you, I can't remember, boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, still giving you problems? I know you, wasn't it you that, bruised your rib? I know I've been praying for you, honey. Jeez. Pain in the butt. Well, I hope you haven't been thinking about him a whole lot. Because I don't know whose energy I keep picking up on, but I keep coming up with love again. I think you had the flu. And I'm sorry, Nancy. That stinks. I haven't had the flu in years. In fact, last time I got the flu was Christmas one year. My brother calls me. Him and his girlfriend at the time, they were supposed to be coming over to my house for Christmas, and then he calls and says that him and his girlfriend are sick, and so they didn't want to come, but, you know, I didn't want to spend Christmas without my brother, so I told him I didn't care. You know, he wasn't sure, he wasn't positive if it was the flu, but they felt like it probably was, and I didn't care. So, yep, invited him over with his girlfriend, and yep, he had the flu, all right. I'm sorry, honey. Well, I hope you feel better. I didn't even get my flu shot this year. I meant to. Never gotten around to it. All right, beautiful people. Well, apparently y'all got a decision to make. Because that's the first card that came out of this oracle deck I pulled from. Spirit, what does this pertain to? Decision over what? Some kind of passion y'all have for somebody. Maybe deciding whether to go forward with it or not. I don't know. I got decisions. Like y'all are trying to decide what to do next. And here's passions. So somebody deep on y'all's mind, in y'all's heart, y'all unsure what to do. And I feel like some of y'all want to run away from this too. Like, I feel like this connection scares you a little bit. You know, when I mean scare, I don't mean it necessarily bad. I mean more like in a good way. Like this person just takes your breath away and you're not used to that. You haven't felt that way before. So now you're kind of like, what, you're afraid of it now because you're afraid of getting hurt. Kind of feeling what I get. So what else, Spirit? Yeah, it's Memorial Day weekend. Y'all got any plans? In fact, I meant to call my brother and I forgot. Find out. Because I used to go over there on Memorial Day. Y'all are trying to retreat. Trying to spend time alone. And, this kind of gives me hermit vibes. And the hermit, when you're in hermit mode, it's the, that energy of going in, isolating yourself from the world, going in for self-discovery, exploring, reflecting, asking questions, seeking knowledge. And I feel like some of y'all are doing this because you're trying to expand, grow something bigger. I feel like y'all are trying to manifest something. Even if whether this is like a love connection or this is, a business, this isn't a job, a career, maybe even a new home. But y'all are, still trying to manifest something. I got the manifestation at the bottom. Hi, Spirit Brothers. How you doing, baby? Hi, Caveman. What'd you do, Spirit Brothers? You trying to manifest me, baby? It's good to see you, honey. What else, Spirit? Some of y'all need to take a rest, though. Spirit's showing me. You need to listen to your body. It's time for like a mental and emotional break, too. Give yourself a time, some time to yourself. I feel like that'll do some of y'all some good. Instead of, constantly having people in your energy. Sometimes solitude, taking a break from the world, shutting them out, that's a good thing. God knows I need that a lot. So make sure y'all are getting some rest. Champagne. Yes, baby, Spirit Brothers, I did. And I didn't get a chance to respond back to you, baby, but I did get it. And thank you for that, honey. Let's see. Next one. One of those here. And y'all are trying to be strong. Like, I feel like this strength is coming from trying to accept something. This could be a past or current situation. And you're trying to work through these issues. That's what Spirit's showing me. So, I know sometimes it's hard to accept certain things, situations in life, both past and present. But, it's always like I always tell y'all, you can't, change the past, and you also can't control what other people do. The only person you can control is yourself. So, unless there's something in your power you can do to change the situation, make things better, it's just, to me, in my view, it's pointless to stress and lose sleep over it or worry over it. Because you can't change them and you can't force them to change. Like, you can't, try and shove it down their throat and get them to do what you want them to do. They got to want to do, if this involves a person. If that's just in life in general, even life in general. Sometimes I think the universe has a sense of humor in itself to, like, do certain things to us to teach us, like, you're not in control of everything, but to also trust in the universe, trust in divine, that they know what's best for you. even if we may not always know ourselves. Yes, baby, I got it. Thank you. High angel eyes. Yeah, beautiful. I hate to hear you're still living in your car. Something about someone's bathroom ceiling fell through. Yikes, Nancy. Well, I hope nobody was in it. That's not good. The last thing you need is for the ceiling to collapse. Malicious licorice. Alright, let me see. I'm gonna pull from this spiritual symbols real quick. And then I'll get into this tarot. Where is it? Hey, Finn. How you doing, baby? Yeah, angel eyes, you know, honey, I've done it myself a couple times. I had to for a little bit, so I know it's not easy. And taking a walk by the ocean, nice. And just to hear the waves hit the shore, I would be in heaven. Sometime here soon, hopefully I'll be there myself, somewhere where there's a beach. Okay, Spirit Brothers. Well, thank you for stopping in, baby, and saying hi before you go to bed. It's always good to see you, baby. You have a good night and sweet dreams to you. Hello, Alex. It's the smell for you. Yeah, I like the smell in the air, too. The ocean. No, not yet, baby. I hadn't had a chance to get on there. But I will. By tomorrow, I'll check it out. I was trying to get some other things done. I don't get to play on social media as much. Okay, Finn. Well, thank you for tagging me, baby. I'm sure I'll see it. I'll be sure to look for it, baby. And you know, Finn, that deck I told you about, I mean, I did use it tonight, but it may speak to you, baby. It may not. It's just landscapes. I mean, the images are beautiful, but I'm still struggling to connect to it, to be honest, because there's certain, you know, images in there I'm looking at. It's like, well, how does that, you know, mean that? Like, it doesn't register with me, but it might register to you. It might, you know, because if you being an artist, it might speak to you, baby. I know you can't get it yet. And the only reason why I have it is because I have that deck club where I get a few new decks every few months that get sent out to people who have a membership before it goes on sale to the public. So that's the only reason why I have it. But if you're interested, you know, you can always look for it. I'm deciding because I told somebody else about it too. Because I know I got a few of y'all in here who are artists that maybe it might speak to y'all. So, and I haven't done a deck flipped through in a while, so that might be one of the ones I do, just because I mentioned it to you, baby. I'll send you details, baby. When yeah, because I'm connected to you on Facebook. I'll send you details, baby. You don't get to pick, baby. They just, you know, pick like 3 decks, and it's random. But it's the ones that they plan on putting on sale. It's just that nobody else gets them until, you know, it's people like me who have that membership who gets their hands on them first before anybody else does. And I think it's a good deal, so I'll let you know, baby. I'll send you details. But I do have some other new decks in, but I haven't had a chance to look through them yet. No, sorry to hear that, Nancy. Alright, spiritual symbol, spirit. What does the collective need to hear right now? High chair tyrant. What? Oh, demanding and capable of taking criticism. Brat. A narcissist. Fails to take responsibility. Needs constant attention. Entitled. Arrogant. Yikes. Okay. Well, I don't know who the brat is here, but, you know, whoever it is, Spirit's calling you out. You know, hey, don't shoot the messenger, beautiful people. You know, I think maybe Spirit's trying to let you know that it's time for you to step up and take accountability for your actions. And, yeah, because I don't read anything else on there that's standing out to me other than that. You know, maybe being arrogant a little bit, but not taking accountability is what's standing out to me. But it also says brat, so don't get mad at me. Hey, Eternal. What to do when 2 exes show up at your door? What the heck? What happened, Eternal? Oh, gosh. Well, baby, you know I can do a reading for you. I mean, I mean, did they show up at the door already? Or you think they're going to show up at your door? Like, August, Bletchy, you can get lost. I mean, right, Angel Eyes? I mean, what are you going to do, baby? Like, who... Now, Eternal, you got me all messed up here, baby. Who are you talking about? Like, did this actually happen? Oh. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Wow, baby. I don't know. You know, you can't tell your baby girl she can't have her mama there. And then the other one, well, technically she's not an ex. I mean, she's still your wife after all, so that's all I can tell you, baby. Yikes. I don't want none of that. You can keep all that mess, baby. I mean, I did, like, when I asked Spirit, you know, what was the most, let's see, the theme of the reading, strongest energies. I mean, it was a love reading, but I didn't take it for that kind of reading, baby, and I still don't, but I don't know, baby. Maybe something in here will resonate with you, too. That would be more than awkward. Man, I think I'd want to go outside. I think I'd run. And I'll be looking at my kid. I'll be like, you have fun with that. Let me know when they're gone, and I'll come home. Yes, Ben. I'm doing a collective right now, but I'm just like tapping into y'all's energy a little bit. pulling out some random cards. But I already pulled the cards for the collective. I just haven't gone over it yet, baby. But yeah. Hi, Conley Luda. How you doing, baby? Yeah. It's going, Conley Luda. Thank you for asking. Like... Oh my goodness. Eternal. I don't know what to tell you, baby. Have fun with that. Oh, the next one is snow. Merriment, youthfulness, romance, hibernation, deep thoughts, purity, innocence, peace and tranquility, and fun. I don't know, Eternal. This might be talking to you, baby. Since it snows up there where you live so much. I'm sorry, Eternal. I just, you know, romance, hibernation, deep thoughts, innocence, peace and tranquility, and fun. That's all I'm saying, Eternal, you know. It's like every time I turn my head, it seems like it's snowing up where you're at. So, you know, I guess you better run, find some peace and tranquility, and just act innocent like you don't know nothing. Run and hide, like it says hibernate, baby. Let's see. What's next? Spirit, what else? Can I have a couple more cards before I get into this general collective? Here. Compass. Feeling lost and doubting goals. Wishing for overnight success. Empty promises of change and confused. Yeah, I feel like many of y'all kind of feel lost or confused. Y'all are trying to find y'all's compass. Y'all don't know which way to go. So I feel like y'all are looking up to the heavens for guidance, like what to do next. I feel like for many of y'all, Spirit has been trying to direct y'all, but I still feel like many of y'all are ignoring the signs they keep giving you about, you know, what to do next or where to go or to help you work through this, you know, state of confusion to give you more clarity and insight and foresight. Even Spirit saying it's time to go forward. At the bottom, it says, don't dwell on the past, but focus on creating a brighter future. So go forward. So many of y'all are still kind of like getting all stuck in the past still here. You know, instead of focusing on the present and the future, you're still getting lost in the past. Hey, Eternal. Baby, I don't mean to pick on you, but I got a wedding ring at the bottom. So it says beginning of a new relationship, solutions to your problems, new love, commitment, loyalty, wealth, decision. I guess, you know, baby, you better make a decision. You know, you got two wives showing up at your house this weekend. Fun. You know, behave, baby. Like I said, I'd be walking out the door. I'd be like, you have fun with that. As Elsa would say, let it go, let it go. Do you want to build a snowman? What is that from that Disney movie, Frozen? Hi, Shelby. How you doing, sweetheart? I've never seen it. It's pretty sad. I got nieces and nephews, and I haven't seen that movie. So, all right, Spirit. And you know, people... No, I'm not going to go there. One more. Charger. Broken connections. Take time off. You lack energy, motivation, passions. Unable to speak up and express oneself. I feel like some of y'all are having that problem too. You're not able to be honest with someone. You're not able to feel strong enough and confident in yourself to speak up and say what's on your mind or tell them what's on your heart. I feel like y'all are really like running away from that. Whether that is friends, familial relationships, or that's a romantic relationship. You know, place it where it fits. It applies to any part of your life. You know, and for, you know, every single one of y'all, it's going to be different. So it's kind of like, you know, how I said last night, you know, for those of y'all who watched me last night, you know, you can't go through and expect others to always read your mind. You know, you got to actually say to them what it is you want, what it is you need, what you're thinking, how you're feeling. You can't expect others to read your mind and always know, or just, you know, automatically, you know, think that, you know, well, isn't it common sense? You know, maybe to you it is through your perception, but maybe to them it's not. You know, for some people, you got to spell it out for them. So it doesn't matter how long they've known you, you've known them. You got to really spell it out for them. Because some people just may not assume. Like, I'm one of those people. I'm not going to automatically assume that I know what you're thinking and feeling all the time. You have to tell me. Otherwise, I'm just going to look at you and think everything's fine. There's nothing on your mind you want to discuss with me. And keep it moving. So, okay. Hi, Wombly. How you doing, sweetheart? Because, like, what I have on my table, y'all, I mean, this is concerning your relationships. This is concerning love, but it doesn't have to be romantic. This can be friendship. This can be a family relationship. I'll just tell you how it fits. So, since it's a general collective, understand me, beautiful people. It's for everyone. Don't matter what your zodiac sign is. You know, it's a general collective. So take what resonates and leave behind the rest. If something don't fit, don't force it to fit. Leave it behind for the next person. Hey, Scott. How you doing, baby? And Scott, you know, so happens I'm doing a general collective. And guess what the theme of the collective is? Two of Cups, baby. Which is romance. Soulmate. So, but of course, soulmate doesn't have to mean always romantic. It could be your friends and your family, too. If something doesn't fit, oh my gosh, Finn. What am I going to do with you, baby? And, you know, Shelby, and I understand that, beautiful, because I know you had shared me, you know, you're autistic. But beautiful, even without that, like I said, for someone like me, I mean, can I pick up on social cues? Yeah. But you see, I shouldn't have to play that with someone. I shouldn't have to play like what I would call a mind game. Because that's how I would see it. Okay, you want me to know exactly what you're thinking, know exactly what you're feeling, but you're not grown enough to use your mouth and speak that to me. Like, no. I shouldn't be going and chasing around trying to figure out what it is you're thinking and feeling. You know? And like I was raised not to assume. So I don't assume. You know, you can't tell me, you know, that, oh, well, you should have known. No. Unless you told me about it already, maybe it slipped my mind, which, you know, I got a pretty doggone good memory. You know, I'm not going to know. You know, can I read your energy? Well, yeah, but I don't go around reading energies like that. I don't go around like reading the energy of my friends and family. You know, I don't invade their space in that way. So, you know, don't take it personally, beautiful. You are right, Shelby. By not, you know, maybe you can't, you know, pick up on all the normal social cues that other people get, but that's not, you know, anything I feel that should make you look, you know, down on yourself. Because I just think that's just being wise, not assuming, you know, that you already think you know what someone's going to say, what they're going to do, how they're thinking, how they're feeling. As long as you know that, beautiful. That's true, Finn. They try and do that to control you. Or you find people try and do it as a manipulation tactic. It's like, I don't have time for this childish nonsense. You know, if you can't be a grown-up and tell me, you know, don't get mad at me because I don't act the way you want me to or would expect me to. Or I don't say, you know, what you would want me to say. You have to tell me. Otherwise, you know, it is what it is. Don't get mad at me. So, that's how I see that. Hold on. My stupid I am's going off. And I don't know how to turn this stupid notification off. Hopefully it'll stop dinging. Probably not. But we'll see. So, my day was gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. How was yours? Exactly, Finn. You know, you gotta tell me. You have to communicate. It's not like I don't listen, because I listen. I think I'm a pretty good listener. I do comprehend. But I think, you know, it's almost like a passive aggressive type thing that I feel like some people do. Because they don't want to create conflict, they're afraid to speak up. And by, you know, not speaking up, they then rely on you to read, you know, their minds, their thoughts, their, you know, body language. And so they can't say they started something if it ends up turning heated or whatever. I mean, you're just going to have to get over that and be an adult, you know. Otherwise, you can't expect people to change. Or, you know exactly what you're thinking and feeling. And understand it from your point of view, too. Because they might, you know, somebody else might see it differently than you do. So, again, I don't feel like there's anything wrong with that. So, my beautiful people, here we are. So, I'll start with Spirit Guide messages real quick. And I'll go over this tarot. And I'll probably pull even a few more Oracle cards. Because, like I said, y'all got love on the brain again. But first things up, listen to your body and do what it is asking of you. So, beautiful people, listen to your body. You know, nobody knows what's going on in your body except you and a medical professional. So, you know, if you think something's wrong, you know what? Go see a doctor. Go see one that can help you, evaluate you. You know, if you think you might have broken something, same thing. You know, if you feel like, you know, you're not getting enough nutrients in your body or the right amounts, change your diet. Listen to your body, though, when it's speaking to you. Okay? And just be in tune with it. And change things up. Do what you gotta do. Seek professional for, you know, whatever it is. If you need to see a doctor, please go see one. Next one is stop ruminating over what you did or didn't do. Let it go. And this one came out last night. So stop getting into that 8 or 9 of swords mentality. Overthinking things over and over and over again. Or, you know, dwelling on the past. Or just over analyzing every little thing. Like, you know, that's going to drive you insane. And, you know, especially when it comes to things that have already happened, you can't change it at all. So it's really pointless. You know, it's fruitless at that point. What's been done is done. Let it go. You know, look to the present and the future now. You know, what you have now is the present and the future. Now you could probably do something to change the present and the future. That's within your control. But the past is gone and over. Let it go. So I know some of y'all overthink and overanalyze and get, worried and anxiety builds up. But you got to give your mind a break too. It's telling you you need chocolate. I need chocolate too, Shelby. I don't think I have any. Unless it's, well, that candy, but anyways, next one is stop caring about what they think. This is your life to love and live. And this is true too. You know, stop worrying about what other people have to say or think about your life and what you're doing with it. You know, they're not living your life. Only you are. Do what makes you happy. As long as what you're doing isn't actually, going out intentionally hurting other people, they ain't got to like what you do. But, if they love you and care about you, even if they don't agree with what you do with your life, they'll still learn to support you and accept it because they still understand you're a grown up. It's your life to live and to enjoy, not theirs. Like they're living their own life. They can be in control of their life. You be in control of your life. But stop worrying about what others have to say about what you do with your life. It's your life to live however way you want it. Even if it goes against the societal norms, let it be. Oh, I love these cards. Thank you. I think they are beautiful too. The next one is your life is so special. Treat it with loving care. Your life is so special. You're special. Know you're special too. And your life's just as special and just as important. It plays a key role in this world. You're a part of this whole entire universe. You're a piece of it. So do not think you are any less important or less special than the next person. And if anybody's told you that, tell them take a hike. You know, they're just, being all up in their ego, thinking they're better than everybody else when they're not. Somebody needs to bring them down to size. And that's what I would say to them. So, but treat your life and yourself with love and care because you are special. And the last one from Spirit is you have such a bright light inside. Stop dimming it. You have such a beautiful bright light. You're a light to so many people around you. Whether you may realize you are this or not, other people in your close circle, they enjoy your light. That's your energy. You have this beautiful light energy. Some of y'all are fun loving. Some of y'all are just deeply passionate. You have a big heart and you're generous and you care. And that's what people enjoy. They enjoy your laughter, the jokes, being silly, but also someone who can be strong and be serious when, the time, and places that you need to be. They love all of you just as much as you should love all of you. You're this big bright light. So bring brighter instead of allowing others to lower your light. So again, my beautiful people, here we are with love. So like I said, this is Two of Cups energy. This is the overall energy and theme. This is what I pulled. Two of Cups right here. And if you thought, this again, this can't be, well, see, one of the decks I pulled from, Two of Cups at the bottom too. So, about y'all's relationships, Two of Cups. Whether this is romantic, this can be a friend, this can be a family member. It's someone you have a strong connection to, like a big soul tie. So even think of like soul family, your soul tribe. So this involves this. For some of y'all it is romantic, for others it's friendships, or it's family. Half of 20. So in the recent past, here y'all are, this is the Seven of Wands. And Seven of Wands is someone who's really standing firm, standing strong, defending themselves. This is like a defensive mode that I feel like many of y'all been in. Like some of y'all been having to fight, for yourself, for your beliefs, how you see things. And others are not agreeing with you. They're not in alignment with you. And so that's really caused chaos, because I see coming with it is the tower. So this is create, chaos in your relationship with this person, whoever this person is to you. Um, yeah, it's created to maybe, y'all aren't talking to each other right now, possibly. It's just more of, not saying that your whole world's, falling apart. Maybe for some of y'all it is, or it feels that way because, you're not in contact with this person. But it just means there's a great change, a big change that you notice, that big shift in your life. So this is something that, it's been going on now, because like I said, I've been pulling like Two of Cups a lot for y'all, or the lovers, the last few nights. I think there's only one night I didn't. So that's y'all's recent past energy. And coming to the present, I still get the Tower. So this change, this energy shift is still taking place. And it's driving y'all crazy. I feel like it's playing a major impact in y'all's lives. It's being felt deeply. So much so that it has you up in your head, overthinking things, even thinking about this person. I feel like some of y'all really missing this person, wishing you could reach out to them, talk to them. Maybe they won't talk to you right now. Maybe feelings been hurt and they're just like, no, get away from me. It could be that kind of energy. But here you are, Eight of Swords, which is all about, you know, running around in your head, like on a hamster wheel. It just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning. Y'all keep thinking and thinking and thinking over and over and over again about this person, about situation, what caused this tower to come in. Because obviously this great change has played a major impact in your life and the relationship you have with this person. Like I said, I feel like for some of y'all, y'all aren't on talking terms right now because of it. I feel like for others, there's just, there's a distance. You may not actually see it, but you can feel it in the energy. There's a big energy shift. There's something different between you and this person. It's not the same. And so I feel like many of y'all are now trying to figure out, how do you do, what do you do? How do you put, this relationship back together, whether it's your friends, your family, romantic partner, this can even be in your professional world. But even in the center of this, Nine of Swords, this is the center, which goes with like the Two of Cups. Y'all, some of y'all are in great anguish about this person and about the situation that surrounds it. And you want things to come back together again. You want it so bad. I feel like some of y'all, are only going to make this relationship a priority, and you're going to kind of push everything else aside because this is what's most important to you right now. Why? Because this person, you look at them as like your Ten of Cups. You see rainbows and sunshine and love and warmth. They're like that home, you know. Being with them feels like home to you. But it means you're going to have to figure out how to prioritize this relationship, make it better. And I feel like for some of y'all being stubborn, not willing to prioritize this relationship. I feel like for some of y'all, you have put others before them. And that's what's caused this big gap in this relationship. So Spirit saying, you want this to work, you need to find balance and prioritize. This Two of Pentacles is here for that. Be more open, be more receptive, make it a priority. Make sure this other person knows, how important that they are to you. Because maybe they don't know, and that's why I say, you can't always assume that someone knows what you think or how you feel unless you tell them. So this person may not even know that you're hurting or that you feel the way you feel. You feel this big disconnection because maybe on their end, if y'all are still talking to each other, maybe on their end, they think everything's fine. So, and it might take them by surprise. Like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean you don't feel like we're as close or, things aren't right? But that's what you don't know. So don't assume. So it might come to them as a surprise. You never know. For some, they do know, but there could be one, a couple of you, they don't know. They may not even know what to do, what to say. So, oh, hi, Mondo. Thank you, baby. That's so sweet of you. It's good to see you, honey. But see, here's the challenging obstacle. Y'all being stubborn. Y'all getting locked up in y'all's pride. Because here's the judgment, but here's the judgment upside down. Judgment is about making a choice. You're not willing to take accountability and, be the adult and make that choice to reach out, maybe to even apologize, or just to have the courage to say to them, I don't feel as connected. Like, I want to work on our relationship. I don't feel as close to you as, things just seem like they've changed since, we had our last, argument or whatever. So now it's about you having to step up and be the adult and, offer out an olive branch. Say, I really need us to try and work on this. I miss you. My life's not the same without you in it. Or because of this disruption of this tower coming in and shaking our worlds up or shaking my world up, it's just not the same. I want things to be the way like they used to be. That's what that person needs to hear from you. But if you're not willing, you can't expect them to, be over there, or get mad at them because they don't know. You can't get mad at somebody for not knowing because you didn't tell them. They might think everything's all gravy, like I said. And they might be clueless that you're feeling this way. But you're not going to know that until you open the door and have this conversation with them. And this might mean, like being in this hermit. Hermit is all about going within, isolating yourself, which I feel like many of y'all have done. Because you can do nothing but think about this person, think about this connection. Y'all want this, but what it's going to take to get this, you're going to have to come to the table and come out of isolation and reach out to them, because even Spirit's saying right here with the Page of Swords, you know what to do. You know what you need to do. But I feel like so many of y'all are scared to do it. Maybe y'all fear of this being rejected by this person. Maybe they might tell you to go kick rocks. I don't know. I don't know, who this pertains to. This is going to be someone different for each and every one of you. Whoever this resonates with. But someone has to be the grown-up. And why not it be you? Instead of you going the rest of your life and wondering, especially if maybe you never talk to this person again. Then you're going to be like, what if? Why couldn't I have just swallowed my pride and, not been so doggone stubborn and set in my ways and feeling like I got to be right instead of choosing to be happy and making that choice to reach out to them. Make amends, try and work on things. Don't be afraid to, speak up and say to this person how you think and how you feel. They might be thinking and feeling the same thing too. And that's what you don't know, And sometimes, I think sometimes we, instead of actually, when, communication is not also about just telling someone how you think and how you feel, but it's also about being able to listen. And I don't mean just listen, but you actually absorb what the other person's saying. Like you understand, you comprehend. And then if there's something you don't understand, that's why you follow up and ask questions. Well, what do you mean by that? Wait a minute. I don't quite understand. Or make sure, like, okay, let me understand. Like, I'm giving you, just an example. Just say you're having a conversation with this person and say, like, wait a minute, let me get this straight. You said you mean this, this, and this, and allow them to say yes or no. And if they say no, well, can you please clarify? Like, find another way to explain it to me because I don't understand. I'm still kind of confused here. I'm trying to piece it all together. And there's nothing wrong with that. Don't feel like you look foolish or like you weren't listening. You were obviously listening to comprehend enough of it. But you got to comprehend the whole picture, not just part of the picture. And I think sometimes we get so caught up on, as we all can be, we all do it, we all have had our moments in life where, we are we had to be right instead of being happy. Okay, and I'm not saying that, by being wrong means, that's the only way you can be happy. No. But if you feel like you're so right, standing where you're at right now, and not willing to bend, not willing to be flexible with this person, to create that open line of communication, to reach out, um, then how are you going to be happy? Okay, I would rather swallow my pride and be like, maybe it is my fault. Maybe I need to look at my actions here. Maybe I really did mess up something and I'm not recognizing that. And take a look at my actions seriously. Go in self-reflection, contemplate that, and then be like, okay, well, I don't see where I've done anything wrong still. But now that I've thought about it, okay, now it's time. Reach out. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but I don't like how this feels. I don't like this tension, this gap, this distance, between us. And I'm trying to put, things back together. I want things to be right like they used to be. And then you listen to what the other person has to say, but that's the only way you're going to find your happiness. Because by not speaking up to and telling them that you're missing them, and this person can go on thinking everything's fine. Or maybe they think, oh, well, they're doing fine without me, so they're lost. They can even be thinking that. You don't know that. So until you're willing to open up a little bit and say, yeah, I've been missing you. Yeah, I messed up. Yeah, you're right. You're not going to know. So I'd rather be wrong and be happy than have to be right and be miserable. Because then you lose out. And the other person might be losing out too. And you never know. You might have just lost out on the possible, if we're talking romantic, the great love of your life, potentially. Or, if it's a friendship, someone who could be your BFF, be your ride or die BFF, be there through thick and thin. The one person that would always be there. Now they're not. Like, is it truly worth, when you put it in perspective, to have to be right and be lost and stuck in your pride, than to be happy? I'll choose to be wrong and be happy than be, right and unhappy. So that's my 2 cents in that. Because I see, if you can get over your pride and make a choice to work on this, to choose this relationship, Spirit's showing me there's happiness here. Here's the Sun card. This is the happiest card in the deck, in my opinion. The Sun card. Happy days, warmth, love, excitement, success, achievement, fulfillment. All of those things wrapped up here in one. You'll have that, like happily ever after kind of feeling again. But Spirit's saying, here you are. You're going to have to come to the table like this. Be willing to be vulnerable and share your heart with this person. Like, tell them what's on your hearts. Instead of staying so close to your head, actually move and lean in with your heart instead. Being this Knight of Cups. And I feel like if you do that, Spirit's saying, you'll have that opportunity, that this person will want to work on this. There's going to be energy coming in that's going to, add, positivity back into this relationship, whether it's family, friends, or romantic. And Spirit's showing me right here, their advice, take action. 8 of Wands. This is all about positive action, forward movement. You take action towards them, towards this connection, okay? But it also means you're going to have to come to the table with some clarity. Not only clarity with the Ace of Swords, you need to also be fair with the Justice card, okay? Don't be so judgmental, be one-sided, be on your high horse, be stuck in that, self-righteous attitude. Be fair, okay? Because that's the only way you're going to get anywhere with this person, I feel. Be fair and prioritize. Make a decision to really want this. Put the honest effort into rebuilding this foundation in this relationship, whether it's family, friends, or romantic partner connection. So the choice is yours, though. And I feel like you're going to make it with the Two of Wands here. But Spirit showing me there will be an opportunity. You will get this opportunity that, I feel like the person will be receptive. Because the Ace of Wands is the last one here, telling me that this opportunity is being presented to you now. The universe is trying to present this opportunity to you. And you will have an opportunity to reconnect with this person. Okay? And maybe it doesn't always work out the way you hope. But you know what? At least you did be an adult and reach out to this person. And now you know. I would rather know where I stand now than to, be constantly guessing and wondering and never know. And then years down the road, think back like, well, what if I had, swallowed my pride and just reached out to that person? But I allowed my pride to get the best of me. And I might have, missed out on some of the happiest moments of my life with that person because I couldn't swallow my pride or get over my fear and my anxiety. So here's the opportunity, beautiful people. Because I even asked Spirit, like I pulled into one of my love oracle decks, what y'all feel about this person. Whether this is friends, family, romantic, y'all place it how it fits. This is how y'all are feeling. So this might resonate. I wish things could be different. You want things to be different, you got to step up. Okay? Can't just wish for it. You got to take action, right? And if we're talking romantic, y'all want to be more than friends. So maybe that's just someone that you build a friendship with, but it hasn't gone to the next step. Yeah, you want to be more than friends? Well, time to speak up. It's now or never. The next one is, my life is not as together as it seems. Is this what y'all are running from too? Because you're not as put together as you think you should be to keep this connection or to have this friendship, or you feel like your family's going to look down on you because you're not as well put together as they think, or how you present yourself with a mask. People are going to love you no matter how put together or unput together you are. They're going to love you for you, not what's going on around you. As long as you're not out there being foolish, committing crimes, hurting people, they can't handle that well. They're just going to miss out. Because obviously, you got a lot in your heart you want to tell this person. You got a lot you got to say. I want to tell you how I feel. Well, here's your opportunity now. Spirit's presenting it to you. Be willing. Tell that person how you feel. And maybe this person made you angry. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that either, beautiful people. It's like a wise man once always told me. They'd rather be told the truth. They'd rather everyone be upfront with them and be honest with them than for somebody to bold-faced lie to them. Why? They could at least respect someone who's honest with them, no matter whether it pissed them off or hurt their feelings. At least they got told the truth. Okay? That's what my daddy always told me. And that's something I try and live by too. I know we don't want to upset the people we love and care about. I know we don't want to make them angry. But it doesn't mean we have to always be that people pleaser either. We need to, feel like we have a say in our relationship with, the people we connect with. And sometimes, can our loved ones get on our nerves? Heck yeah. I can't tell you how many people in my life can get on my nerves. And I'm not saying they get on my nerves all the time, but there's those moments I'm just like, oh my gosh. And I do have those moments. That's being human though. And it's not that they're doing anything wrong. It could also be me. I'm having a bad day, or maybe there's something else on my mind, and because I'm thinking of something else, they're like a distraction to me at that moment. And it's like I just, I can't think. So it's like I'm trying to spend time with them, I'm trying to be there with them, but my head's somewhere else. You know, that's me. I've had those moments too. So, can they tick us off? Sure. Can they hurt us? Yes. But we can do the same thing to them. That's being human. That's having a heart. That's also having a mind. You know, that's why we know we were put together like this to have both and to use both, but be in alignment with both. Don't always think that you're supposed to only use your head and not your heart, or vice versa. Be in tune with both and with your soul. And when you do that, you'll always understand and you'll have a different sense of the people in your life. You know, you might even begin to understand them on a different level that maybe you didn't see them through before. But you got to be willing and not be afraid. Yeah, rejection can be hard. Y'all hear me say it all the time. I'm not saying being rejected doesn't sting. I've been rejected, beautiful people. But you know what? I walk with my head held high still, you know? And I look at it, if someone's rejected me, well, guess what? That was either the universe trying to protect me because that person ain't good enough for me. Or, there's something that, the universe and my spirit guides see down the road that I'm not aware of. Or they meet someone better is supposed to be with me. Not saying that that person's blessed, but, spirit got someone else in mind for me, called soulmate. So, I look at it that way. Um, I look at it sometimes too, wrong timing. Okay, that can happen too. Um, but at least, I tried. It's not like I didn't give a person a chance to be a part of my life. And sometimes they just choose to not want to stay in my life. Okay, there's the door. Don't let it hit you on the way out. I wish you well. And I don't wish any ill will towards that person or people, whoever it involves, but, I'm going to keep moving forward. Yeah, does it sting? Yeah, but at least I know where I stand in that person's life. And obviously, if they're so willing to get up and walk out of my life, I wasn't a priority to them. I wasn't important to them. And that's what their actions just told me. And that's also how you have to look at it. Is if people are willing to slam the door on you, if they're willing to walk away from you, and not look back, not even second guess themselves, or come back around. Maybe they need some time and they need to miss you to realize how important you are in their life, and they don't realize the impact you play in their life, and they come back around. Well, shame on them. You know what? You weren't that important to them then, and that's sad. Because I know many of y'all, you would put them and show them that they were important to you. But sometimes, not everyone has the same heart as you. And that's what you have to also remember too. Am I saying that to make y'all be afraid? No. I'm not telling y'all that to be afraid. I'm just making y'all be aware to look at it from a different perspective and look at it in the same sense as I'm saying. Maybe that's the universe trying to protect you because that person's no good for you. Maybe they're going to disrupt your life and cause more problems than good. You just don't know. So don't always look at it as a bad thing, or like there's something wrong with you. That's not always true. And that's something I've also learned too. Because I know I'm lovable. I know I'm worth the effort. I know I'm worth the sacrifice. But doesn't mean everybody I come in contact with is going to feel the same way as I do. So, and that's okay. I'm not for everybody. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I understand that. I know this. Does that mean I, dislike or hate the people that I'm not for? No. I'm just not their cup of tea. They may not be my cup of tea either. So, hi, Duke. That's right, 420. People are people. And you can't change them. That's why we all have different, we come from different lives, different experiences. We see the world differently. And that's what makes the world go round. And sometimes you get along with people, and sometimes there's others you come across that you don't get along with. That's just the way it is. not everybody's meant to love you or understand you the same way maybe, you know, your family and friends who do love you want to be there, love you. It's true too. So, I'm going to pull a few cards from this Angel Romance deck real quick. I just want to see what'll come out. And then I'm going to go over this couple Oracle cards I pulled. You have the Angel card and the Guides of the Hidden Realms. And then we can talk a little bit. I can do paid readings if y'all want a paid reading. This is true. And thank you, David. That's very sweet of you. So, okay, Shane. Well, I don't know who you were talking to. I didn't say you were looking for a reading. I don't know why you're here. Because this is a psychic tarot channel. Alright, Spirit. Can I get a few cards? Yeah. Even Spirit's confirming. Y'all are in separation from this person. So, y'all are really, really missing them. And y'all just feel that deep. Y'all are feeling this really deep. It's really hitting your heart and your soul. Being separated from this person. So, I don't feel like some of y'all are even in contact with this person at this moment. And I feel like for some of y'all, Spirit's even confirming. For some of y'all, this is resulting in having to do with your family too. So for some of y'all, this is like a family member. And, you know, same thing, you know, you can't change your family. You know, we're all born into this life with, you know, family by blood. But does that mean that's our only family? In my view, no. Because, you know, it's the people you're connected to by blood. That's your family. Legally, yes. But you know what? You know how I look at friends? Friends are family too. The difference is it's the family you get to choose. The family you're born into, you didn't get to choose. But your friends, that's the family you choose. And they choose you. And that's what makes those relationships, you know, that much more beautiful. So, for some of y'all, this is family, though. Others, it's romantic. All right, Spirit. Express your love. Again, express your love. Tell this person how you feel. Show them, you know, both, you know, articulate it verbally, but also, you know, maybe it's actions. It's what you do. It's your actions you take to let them know. Shane, you can decide whether you want to be here or not. I just didn't appreciate your rude comment. And I picked up your energy, so I didn't like it. Understand me. And yes, I do read energy. Let's see. Which one, Spirit? Open this real quick. Let me get a few messages from the universe, and then I'll pull from the last one. The Guards of the Hidden Realms and the Angel card. You've been divorced 25 years. You raised your bar. Nothing wrong with that, beautiful. God knows I've raised the bar. I've raised the standard. Alright. Spirit. Here we go. In relationships, the biggest thing you must look for is consistency. Every time you forgive someone who is not being consistent with you, you're giving them permission to hurt you again. You deserve better. Talking about relationships. So, Spirit's making it clear that I'm talking about the right thing here with y'all tonight. And this is true. It's all about being consistent. And when someone isn't consistent, or when they go back on their words, their promises, you know, I'm not saying don't give people a second chance. But you give them a second chance and they blow it again, well, there's the door. Don't let it hit you on the way out. You know, I expect someone to be consistent with me as I'm going to be consistent with you. So if someone can't be that way with me, they have no place in my life then, you know. What else, Spirit? So make sure you are consistent with the people you love and care about. But make sure they are being consistent with you too. Otherwise, they will hurt you. Yep. Next one. Don't be afraid to say I love you or thank you to those who deserve to hear it. Don't be scared of embarrassing yourself or appearing soppy. You will never regret a heartfelt I love you or a message of appreciation. You will only ever regret not saying it. Here we are again. So, Spirit's trying to remind y'all, tell the person how you feel. Otherwise, you might regret it. Because you just never know. You may not get another opportunity to tell them. So be clear. Otherwise, how are they going to know? Karen, I'm sure he's okay, honey. He might just be taking it easy. He's been here a lot, so try not to worry about him. He said he would take a step back for a little bit, so he might just need some time to himself. All right, Spirit, one more, please. This new chapter in your life is going to require a new way of seeing things and a new way of seeing yourself. You can't continue to see and interrupt or interpret things with the same understanding that you have had until now. No matter what you face or how you feel, see it all from a higher perspective. So you got to see things from a different point of view, a higher perspective. This new chapter you're walking into, have a different perspective. You know, walk into this next chapter of your life with optimism. Be excited. You know, that excitement, that positive energy, it flows all around you. And you will feel it in your environment. It might even, help others to feel, optimistic or be inspired. But be excited. Know that things can always go down south too, but at least have some optimism. I know you are beautiful, Karen. I know you're worried about him. I do too, but I don't feel there's no reason to worry about him. Okay, he did tell me early this morning that he was probably going to take a step back tonight. So, he might just need to take it easy, y'all. You know, he's on here with me a lot, which I greatly appreciate. Him helping me. Nothing, Shelby. I think he's just, wanting to take it easy tonight. He told me this morning he would take a step back for a minute, so I'm not really expecting to see him tonight. Maybe he'll be back tomorrow. Because I did tell him this morning, before I ended the stream, that I was probably going to stream probably tomorrow afternoon and into Saturday night, Sunday morning. So He might be getting some rest, you know, just so he can be on here with me tomorrow. I don't know. All right, beautiful people. So this card from the Gods of the Hidden Realms I pulled is Epiphany Sing at Dawn. And it says, a way of understanding is not always direct. After struggling with something a while, sometimes you just have to let it go. Then when you stop trying to figure it out intellectually, an epiphany will deliver you from your confusion. Inspiration flows, and you suddenly have the exact understanding you need to move forward with meaning and purpose. These dawning moments of revelation happen because you stop overly focusing on the issues and let your peripheral awareness gather what it needs. It's a skill that most people don't know they have, but it's how we tap into the hidden realms for information. In your current situation, stop trying to figure things out with your mind and self will alone, and instead surrender to spirit. Ask for your solution, and it will come, but only when you let go of the need for the exact timing, form, and manner in which it's delivered. The best way to prepare is to engage in some repetitive, mundane activity. While doing something completely unrelated, you will receive a divine download. Go for a walk, garden, do the dishes, paint, or dance if you're able. You are on the right path now. Trust that Spirit has a plan, and all the answers you need will be gifted to you when you're truly ready to receive them. And beautiful people, I mean, this card resonates with me, but I can tell y'all, like how it talks about do something repetitive, that's like a mundane task. You know, those are times when my spirit guides will step in and they come in with more clarity. You know, I normally will be more mindful, um, be more attentive to what they're saying to me. Because if you ever stop and think of doing something, like doing the dishes, for an example, we all know how to wash dishes, right? So you stand there and you're doing your dishes, washing your dishes, but your mind wanders. That's when spirit comes in because you're not focused on what you're actually doing. It's like muscle memory. And that's when spirit will come in. And those downloads will come in the loudest. Or like taking a shower. Same thing. We all know how to bathe ourselves, right? So that's sometimes when it will happen to me too. When I'm taking a shower. And spirits will just come right in and let me know. Okay. So if you ever want to find an easy way to open that door up to the universe, to divine, to spirit guides, or even to your loved ones. Do something that's a mundane, repetitive task, something you typically do. You don't need to focus on what you're actually doing. You already know. It's muscle memory. And allow your brain to wander, allow your mind to get away from you. And you'll realize there'll be certain things that'll come through that'll be like, wait a minute, huh? And you'll have those moments like, wait a minute. And you'll realize, oh, you know, and you'll catch on. It's like an epiphany. It's your spirit guides giving you a message, trying to help you. That's when it will happen, though. More than anything else. It's like people often always think that in order to communicate with the other side or to receive messages from your spirit guides or passed over loved ones, you have to go into like this deep meditation, like sit down with your, you know, sit Indian style and close your eyes like you see, you know, some people do, you know, like doing yoga and, you know, things like that. That's not always true. You know, you can do it the way I'm telling y'all because you know, that's how it happens for me a lot to where I actually I just know and I'll catch myself, you know, when I'm like doing something like that, that's repetitive to me, that I don't have to really, you know, focus on what I'm actually doing. And I'll get those downloads. And my spirit guides will tell me something that, you know, maybe if I had not been in that moment, you know, so focused on what I'm doing, I probably would have missed it. That kind of thing. And you catch on. So think of it in that sense the next time. Hi, beautiful Hershey. Oh, there's Bob. Baby, I think some people are going to send out a search party for you because I think they were afraid something was wrong with you. And I tried telling them you said you was going to take a step back. So you might want to let them know that you're okay, baby. Hi, Hershey. How you doing, sweetheart? It's good to see you, beautiful. Here. Because of the stupid glitches. There's your wrench, Hershey. Like I said, it must have been that glitch one night because you weren't the only one that lost your wrench. Viviani lost hers too. And I wouldn't have known unless you had popped in here, girlfriend, because it's been a minute. So, but that's what I have for you, beautiful people. Oh, before I forget. The last card. Hello. Pay attention, Amanda. I'm gravy, Hershey. Thank you for asking. All right. I think I pulled this last night or the night before. So it's coming out again. And this says, create your own story. Nothing is set in stone. You are the co-creator of your life. The circumstances you have experienced up to this point have been linked to the choices you've made and the karma of your ancestors. Now is a pivotal time for you to begin moving into a space where you can create a story that's more aligned to your needs and ultimately the calling of your soul. And the positive affirmation here is, I recognize my ability to direct the experiences of my life. I recognize my ability to direct the experiences of my life. And that's what I got for you, beautiful people, for the general collective reading. Again, takes what resonates and leave behind the rest. If something that fit, don't force it to fit. Yeah. I mean, well, Hershey, it's like I don't know what's happened with you, because I don't know how much you've been streaming, girlfriend, because I think a lot of times when you stream, I'm asleep. But I know, like, at night, like, even my stream will start to freeze. And then I have to, end the stream and start a whole new one. So there's been, like, all kinds of glitches. I know another person who has a channel, they were having the same problems I was having that night. I thought maybe it was just my Wi-Fi, but they said no, they were having the same problems. So I don't know what it is. You're out of practice. Well, honey, you trying to get yourself tired. You came in to play Whack-A-Chole. Your stream was freezing. See? And I have to always remember to restart my device before I start a new stream, just because I always think of that. Because I always tell people in here, like when they tell me like their streams, on their end, I start to freeze, I have to tell them, well, you may want to exit out of the app and then restart the device and then turn it back on and come back in, and that should fix it then. And it seems like that seems to do the trick most times. And that's alright, Bob. Baby, like I said, I think they was worried about you. So, try to let them know that you was probably going to be here. Or if you weren't here, you were just taking it easy. So, thank you for being here, baby. So, Hershey, I got it. Well, I know I got some other decks. I haven't had a chance to look at them yet. But I got this new deck that, even for you beautiful, it probably may not speak to you. I don't know. It's a new tarot deck. It's the landscape something. So all the pictures are of different landscapes that this artist painted. And they're beautiful. Don't get me wrong, the images are beautiful. But I'm looking at some of these images, I'm just like, wait a minute. Yeah, that don't speak to me. Like, here, Hershey. I'll give you an example. Nine of Swords. Does this speak Nine of Swords to you? Because it don't to me. There's like some of the cards that look like this, and I'm just looking, I'm like, really? You know, maybe I need more of that, you know, artist, painter, drawer type, you know, mindset to look at it that way, but it don't speak Nine of Swords to me. That's what it is. Some of the images are right, but others, I just look at it, I get lost. If I had to pick a tarot deck, which would be my go-to? Oh, honey. I mean, Shelby, there's so many beautiful decks that I have that I love. And really, it's not like I can just settle on one. I have to have several different ones, which I do. Because different ones call to me. It depends on what I'm doing the reading on. You know, because, yeah, I mean, I could use the classic, you know, same, you know, like this deck that has the classic symbols on it. But I want something else that has a little more creativity to it. That, you know, adds a different image or how a person sees it. Because, like, I do have some decks that are specifically just for love, you know, for your relationships. And those images depict exactly that. You know, think of your relationships. It normally depicts a romantic relationship. But even like you think of like this other deck I have, which is called, I don't forgot. But like this one I liked, which has all like different images of different people. It just depends, beautiful. It depends on what I'm reading on. You know, I can't just settle on one. I love my angel decks. I absolutely do love my angel decks, though. I will say that. Hi, Larry. How you doing, baby? So, I got all different types that I use. Yeah. It's mostly my angel decks that always speak to me. But if I'm doing a love reading, I mean, there's that one y'all see me use many times that I pull out. I got another one, I just haven't messed with it yet. Specific to you, Shelby, what you mean, girlfriend? What, that it will speak to you no matter what you're reading about? Is that what you mean? If that's what you mean, beautiful, for me, it'll be my angel decks. You know, you think of angels. Everybody can, I think, you know, connect to angels. And that will speak on anything that you're wanting to ask Spirit about. Samantha Brady, what does my age have to do with anything? I mean, if you're trying to insult me, you can leave, because I don't need the nonsense. There's no time for this foolishness. To be immature and childish like that. Oh, thank you, Bob. You know, it's kind of funny, because I did put on another top. Well, I'll take that back. I had on a dress earlier today that I was just wearing around the house. And I think it has like little, ooh, that was a big orb. I think it had like little palm trees on it. And I was just going to settle and just keep that on, but I'm like, no, I'll change my clothes. So thank you. um, but Shelby, mm, I like, if I have the box somewhere, I bet I don't have it anywhere where to reach it, because this desk is filled with boxes. And Karen, they're always working overtime. Hi, Diane. How you doing, beautiful? Thank you, honey. Oh, thank you, Christy. You're so sweet, girlfriend. Thank you. So, like, Shelby, since I know you know, you do have your tarot decks. Like, like the card I just showed, does that speak Nine of Swords to you? That last card? I'll show it to you again, girlfriend. It's like some of those cards, they speak and others don't. It's hard. Oh, thank you, Karen. You're so sweet. I'm gravy, Diane. You know me. I'm always gravy, honey. Thank you for asking. How about you? You doing well? And you know, I don't know, Diane. For whatever reason, do landscapes, images speak to you, honey? Because I got this tarot deck. You can't buy it yet. It's not being sold to the public yet. I only got it because I belong to a club. So I get it before it's sold to the public. But it has some beautiful images on it. But not all of them speak to me, honey. And yeah, I haven't even opened that box yet to even know. I don't even remember what's in that box. Oh, I'm about to go use the ladies' room. These crackers are dry. Yes, Diane, it is. Yeah, it's just landscapes. Like, here, Diane, Nine of Swords. Like, does this speak Nine of Swords to you? Now, don't get me wrong, the image is beautiful. But it don't speak Nine of Swords to me. It's like this deck is like a hit or miss. Some images, okay, I understand, but some of them, I'm just like, yeah, you don't confuse me. You know, obviously, they actually did the tower right. Obviously, we know this is the tower. But, you know, because the tower. But that's what I mean. It's like some of the images, he nailed them out of the park, but others, yeah. I look at them confused. I'm like, huh? Okay, maybe. So, like I said, the images are beautiful, but it just, some resonate, some don't. I'm just trying to mess with it a little more to see if it resonates or not. And if I just can't connect to it, if it resonates with someone else, you know, I can always send it to y'all. Because I probably won't keep it. Not all pointy things are swords. I mean, yeah, but 9 of swords, that's like anguish. That's someone in, like, overthinking things. So, wait and see. But, you know, I don't know. I'm still debating what I'm going to do. Because I even thought, like, maybe I would just use it for the major arcana, but there's a couple that don't speak to me. But we'll see. Y'all crazy. So, okay. I need to go use the ladies' room, y'all. I'll be right back. There's nothing like waiting till the last minute to do something. Like, I told him the other day, asked him for a simple favor. Please send an email to our real estate friend who helped us buy this house, because we're at the 1-year mark, 1-year warranty. And to list out the few things wrong with the house. Yeah, here he is. Down to the minutes when it needs to be sent before midnight tonight to get it right there before that 1 year officially is over. So the few things around the house that need to be fixed will be covered by the builder. What does he do? Fiddle around all day. You know, doesn't go through. Try and reach out to even the real estate agent for the builder. That's who needs the email to list out all the things. And now he's looking at me, well, I don't have her email address. It really, really gets on my nerves. Yeah, you would never be that lucky to ever see me like that. Not one of those women. I suggest you go to the streets because you're not looking at a street woman. Hi, Cynthia. How you doing, honey? Hey, Scott. You still here, baby? I only speak English. Try again. So, alright, beautiful people. Why do I look so sad? Well, that must be your perspective. Because I surely ain't sad. Yeah, they're all gonna try. Okay. Well, if Scott's not here, Eternal, are you here? Let's see something. Yeah, Shelby. Follow up on that, honey. They don't know if you're really serious about the job. Sometimes you gotta reach out to them and let them know that you're still interested. So, sweet dreams to you, beautiful. Have a good night and have a good day tomorrow. Well, I guess Eternal took off too. Yeah, well, people always regret. Like the saying goes, you don't realize what you got till it's gone. Hi, Polly. And hi, some of my beautiful lurkers in the background. Bob. Y'all still want to know about Chief and his love life, huh? Poor Chief. You thought you was permanently banned for what, Polly? Well, Polly, I mean, maybe somebody put you on timeout or kicked you out for the night. You might have said something that my mods didn't like. Alright. First, I'm gonna put this up. Hello, love by Brooke. How you doing? Bob, you're so funny, baby. Give the man a break. You're too funny, baby. Messing with Chief. That poor guy, he was married for so many years. I'm sure he is probably overthinking what to do next about this woman that he has a crush on. He's still trying to get up the courage to ask her out or to even let her know that he likes her. But as he said, he still don't even know if she's single yet or not. Poor guy. Oh, I had to grab that other one. Where'd it go? Pit bulls are mean. No, they're not. 420. Only if they were raised wrong. Only if their owners make them that way. But that's true for any dog. I love pit bulls. I've always wanted one. But I know by myself, that dog would be too strong for me to handle. Even though I picked up a 300-pound man off the ground, I still think a pit bull would be a bit much for me to try to handle by myself. Oh, okay, 420. Yeah, I mean, if the owners raised them that way, then yeah, I get that. But not all of them are that way. Some of them are just big babies. In fact, when I was a baby, when I was young, one of my mama's friends had a pit bull that was like a big baby. And I loved that dog. Loved that dog. And apparently that dog loved me so much too, that they would send pictures of the dog to me when we moved from California. They would send pictures of the dog to me. Loved that dog. He was a big baby. And that's probably more of the reasons why I wanted one, is because of that dog. See, I don't know why. Huh? Like, huh? Okay. Apparently this is a different type of one. Oh, it even comes in a prettier box. Hell if I know. And those were the pretty ones. Oh, Cynthia, you talking about this deck I got? Yeah, this is like, I already have this deck, but apparently the creator made a collector's edition that has like 10 more cards in it. 10 more goddesses. Well, I want all the extra goddesses. So, and this one, oh, and it's magnetic too. I mean, like, really? Now that's some BS. So what are they gonna do now? Make another collector's edition from the other ones? Because, you know, that deck wasn't cheap either. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Like, I like the magnetic boxes. So here you go. Here's the regular edition. Collector's edition. Like, really? You couldn't just, like, put it all in, like, this nice, you know, magnetic box. Makes absolutely no sense to me. Oh, you are here, Scott. You know I called your name, baby. Oh, and even comes with a bigger guidebook. Thank you. Than the tiny, slender one. Like the, you know, the long stick, how we were comparing it to something one night. Two. I already got that one. Hi, Sean. I'm good. Thank you for asking. I'm gravy. How you doing? Oh, you were working? Okay, baby. Well, I mean, I called your name. You didn't respond, so I just thought you just left. Forgot about me, so. I know, right, Bob? How dare you work, Scott? Well, at least I get a prettier box. Not like I really need a box. I just wanted the extra cards. I know. He's just being rude. So I wonder what the 10 goddesses are. That's not in this other deck. Unless, I wonder if it has the same background. Let's see. Unless there'd be something different about these cards. Oh, of course. No. Same background. Okay. Well, I reckon I'll find out. Am I a mama, Sean? Is that what you're asking me? By law, I am. I have a stepdaughter. And I also have 3 grandbabies. I don't have any biologically. Only through marriage. So yes, my stepchild acknowledges me on Mother's Day. So where I get a phone call, a text, and a gift sometimes too. So I must have done something right with her. I like the box they put it in though. Okay. I just wanted to see real quick. No, thank you. Yep, that was the only way I was going to be a mama. Is I was going to have to be with somebody that had kids already. Because I wasn't having any of my own. I already made that decision a long time ago. This back. And this can go back on the shelf. Look at this later. You know, Scott, baby, I should be, keyword, I should be, getting those few decks that I ordered, love decks. I should have them by Monday, maybe Tuesday, the latest. So, I can do that general, you know, the, love reading then for you, baby. I got a box of new decks, but they're not the ones that I'm waiting on. Well, baby, I mean, I know I don't, but I'll be willing to do it. I mean, you're generous to me, baby, so, you know. I mean, I know Wednesdays is when I do the $5 Rebel, but to go in depth using all the other decks that I'm getting, that I ordered. Hopefully I should have it by then and be able to look through them all. And be able to connect to them at least. At least that's the plan. But I appreciate you, baby. Exactly, Judith. All big dogs, I mean, dogs in general, they're like kids. They're like babies. They weren't born to be mean. It's the people who raise them that make them that way. And then it's like, and then you even got like like the police dogs. Even though those dogs aren't mean, but they've been trained to protect um their handler, which is their owner, but also protect the other people in the group, if they're out searching for somebody. Same thing, and those normally are German Shepherds, but I have seen other breeds that police have used. But the most common one are German Shepherds. But I'd actually did see one the other day. Man, what kind of dog was that? It looked like some kind of mutt, but I couldn't tell you what it was. Bash your face? Yes, that's Teddy. Let me read this. What did you say, Judith? Yeah, Sean, well, see, I didn't want kids of my own for a few reasons. The main reason was I didn't want the chance that I get sick and leave my children without a mama young. That was my biggest worry. Because of my mama getting sick and knowing her dad got sick with the same thing. So that was my biggest worry. But then after helping to raise my baby brother after my mama went, that kind of took it out of me too. So it's not that I don't like kids. I love kids. I just made the honest choice to not have any of my own. Which is why, I mean, it made sense when I met my insignificant other. So he already had a child and he didn't want any more. Well, he couldn't have any more, so I didn't have to worry about that either. Oh, wow, Judith. No. Yeah, because those boys picking on them dogs, that's why they reacted that way. Yeah, Bob, my uncle had a Doberman, and he was just a big baby, too. Karen, I think I'm probably aggravated with him because of him waiting till last minute to do something. 420. No, Bob, I didn't even think about it, honey. I didn't even get a chance to think about it. Thank you. I'm in Georgia. I have officially owned my house a year today. So, I told him the other day to write on the email, and I gotta be the one to remember this, not him. with all the free time he has, right? To put together an email to send it to the builder about the few problems wrong with the house. Do you think he, got on the ball and sent it out right away? No. And he's waiting until like minutes before the deadline that they need to have it to send it out. Like, no. That's why, Karen, I'm annoyed with him because I have to like remember everything. It's too much to ask him to remember something as simple as that. That just tells you how much he doesn't pay attention to the time anymore. Like, even when I mention it after we have been here 8 months, he didn't realize it'd been 8 months. We've been in this house. It's like, where you been? Like, his time of reference went out the window. Or I guess he just doesn't care anymore, so doesn't pay attention to the time or the dates. Oh, I don't, Karen. I'm gonna pull out a couple of these decks so I can look at them while I chat with y'all, unless somebody wants a paid reading. Joshua, Mother's Day was this past Sunday. It's just my balloon's still in here, so my cats don't play with it. And Karen, he can act up like a fool. He can act up like a fool all by him lonesome. Because, like I said, I don't need to talk to him. The only time I have to have a conversation with him is when it pertains to the house or the pets. And that's it. Hi, DJ. Otherwise, I lock myself up in here or I lock myself in the bedroom. Amen, Karen. And I know that, beautiful. And I keep telling myself that too. And I do know this. If I'm gonna do bad, I'm gonna do it all by myself. That's why it would take someone of high caliber, to really, I think, get me. Because I understand even, I'm not dissing him. But I mean, he was doing well for himself for a while until he allowed his pity party to take hold. So, but I just won't settle. And I know that I'm not going to settle. I'm not going to settle for the bare minimum. I surely am not going to settle for someone who can't be a true partner, a true teammate, who can't bring, something to the table and it be more, be what I would want from someone and what I would give to them. So, but it's like, I told y'all, I still think this is true. Hi, honey, love. How you doing, honey? I still think this is true. That, like, when he had my ring remade, he was doing that. So, he would hope that no guy would ever want to approach me because they'd be too afraid to approach me because they would think or feel like they wouldn't be able to offer me anything like what he has given me. But it's just like my brother said, like how he would sit there and say he treats me like a princess. And my brother said, yeah, used to. Key word, used to. Doesn't now. So, it's crazy. Yes, that's true too, honey love. Sometimes you do. You just need some peace. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. And for me, my peace is being locked in here or locked in the bedroom. And he can stay out in the living room and sleep on that couch. Don't bother me none. So, and I know um, he's not a stupid man. He's just not using his brain right now, obviously, but nothing I can do about that either. Hi, Ahmed. Oh, thank you, Scott. That's my plan, baby. And that's my hope. Because I believe in this channel. And I know y'all believe in me. He may not, but I know y'all do. So, he's just one person. That's my goal, baby. Keep building this and build on top of it. Because this will be, you know, it's my business. So it's going to be what's going to support me. You know, besides the money I use to, you know, pay for the electricity and the Wi-Fi. But it also helps cover when I buy new decks that I can use for you to help y'all with and also feed me. So, oh, Judith, I remember you telling me about that a while ago, honey. And I hate that. I hate that that messed up her career because she got bit. And I know that had to be terrifying for you as a mama, but even for her. And I hate to hear that. So, I can only imagine. Especially if that dog being so young, that tells me like someone tortured it, like someone abused that dog for that dog to react that way. And you just don't know. I think that's always the risk of taking in pets, you know, that you foster. Because you don't know where they came from. Oh, Judith, you ain't got nothing to be sorry for, honey. We're just talking right now. I'm open this box. Let's see what's in here. What I got. And chat with you. I did get a cool new Oracle deck with my deck club subscription thing. So maybe I'll use it next week for Rebel Night. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, look, I got me a mermaid deck. Man, I got that song from last night playing in my head again. No. I was like, I wonder what made him snap. Like, something triggered that reaction. But it's good at least you told the Humane Society you don't want him to be put down. Oh, isn't she pretty? Hmm. Mm-hmm. No. Oh. Hello, Craigo. Look at this. This one I'm gonna open because I really rather do this in my quiet time when I have no distractions, so I can focus in on it. It's just I don't get as much quiet time as I need to look at my decks as much as I need to. Very basic though. And then I have to go through and cleanse the decks too. I'm waiting for Miss Darby to show up, because she found a deck she thinks I like. So it's probably the only reason why I even got this deck, because it made me think of that deck she showed me that she said she was going to get for me and send it to me. Oh. Well, Judith, it's nice that at least you try to take him in. You know, again, that's just, you know, it's hard even for me to turn an animal away. And I've had to in the past. Like, I remember You know, my neighbor in my old neighborhood, he fostered dogs. In fact, he specifically fostered pit bulls. And all them dogs that I always saw him foster, they were good. I mean, they were happy. They wagged their tail. I would be out in my front yard working in my garden, and he'd be walking by, walking the dogs, and they come up to me. I mean, they were well behaved. They never showed any aggression. So it always blew my mind when people always say, that pit bulls are so mean. I know yours, the one you fostered wasn't a pit bull, but I'm just saying, just in general, they just seem to get a bad rap, I think. But no, what did he say? And so, well, you know, but Judith, I give you nothing but props, beautiful, for at least trying. And, knowing that your landlord's daughter worked at the Humane Society, hopefully she was able to save him and not have him put down. Because that would have been a shame. But I get why they would probably do it too. Exactly, Judith. You have nothing to be sorry for, beautiful. I enjoy listening to you, beautiful. I don't know. Spirit, you have to talk to me about these cards. Because, I don't know. It's so basic. I don't know. But my neighbor, he was trying to get me to foster. And this was after I had put my baby, my dog I had down. And I just wasn't ready because at that point, obviously I was still grieving. Um, I didn't want to ever take on another dog again because I didn't want to go through what I had to go through with him. And so I had made my mind up, at least back then, that I would never get another pet, at least not a dog. But of course, my mind's changed since then. I mean, when the timing's right and I'm in the right place where I need to be, I'll be more than happy to take a dog. But um, what I think would have been the problem for me taking on a foster like a pit bull is I didn't have a fence. So again, it would have been that worry, that, concern. Can I handle that dog? Because they're normally very lean. And it's not to say that I'm, weak. I know I'm not. But at the same time, I remember my little Jack Russell dog I had, you know, he looked like a fat little pot-bellied pig. Poor dog. You know, he was so spoiled. His belly almost touched the floor when he would walk. But boy, he was strong. He'd walk you, you know. It wasn't just me you do it to. It'd be to him too. So So imagine a dog, you know, more than twice his size in weight. Actually, probably more like 3 or 4 times his weight and size. Me trying to handle, I would have been concerned. I wouldn't have been able to walk him. And then that dog go through and suddenly something, you know, makes them upset and then want to chase after somebody. And I wouldn't be able to forgive myself for that. So I told my neighbor I couldn't do it. And I wasn't ready back then. It just would have been wrong. Mm. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Judith. You know, if she mistreated that dog, that's pretty sad. But unfortunately, it's like I say, beautiful. You can't expect everybody to have the same heart as you. You know, like an example would be like you think of like people take other people, take advantage. You know, people don't bring anything to the table. You know, there's like this entitlement type mentality. Like they, you know, like you see some people that come in here who want you to read for them, do this and that, but don't bring nothing to the table. You know, they don't offer to ever buy a reading. They want someone else to pay for it, or they just expect me to hand my energy over to them for free. No, it needs to be an exchange of energy, you know. And I feel like, you know, like just using me in that mindset, that's how I feel like what this person did to you. Like they took advantage of you in that way, thinking, okay, well, she'll take on this dog and, you know, we'll take, you know, get this dog off our hands. You know, no, that's just wrong. I don't like it when people take advantage of other people or people who, like I say, they always got their hand out. They don't want to offer you nothing, but boy, you offer them something, there's their hand out. I don't like people like that. I'll never get along with people like that. We'll always have a problem. You know, it's like I had someone come in here last night, this morning, from Thursday night stream. So it was already early Friday morning. And I can't remember what she said, but she wanted me to do a reading for her. And um I think Bob and I was getting ready to shut the stream down, in fact. And so Bob had even told her, you know, well, Amanda's fixing to, you know, shut the stream down. And, you know, but if you really want a reading, I'm sure she'll do it. Her readings are $30, you know, naturally. Wasn't interested. Expecting me just to hand over my energy for free. And I've even had to tell people, and some people don't understand this. Like back when, like Judith, you know me that far back from when my channel first started, how people would take advantage. They would always come here and take advantage. Um, and many of those people who first found me, I haven't seen them since. Why? For the same reason. They just want what they can get for free. And that they have no care for you. It's only about them. I don't need those people. You know, the ones who are truly here for me and, you know, believe in me. And, you know, I'm not saying you got to come to me every week and buy a reading, but don't come in here with this expectation that I should just give, give, give. No, it don't work that way. So, like even Bob said, like, you know, people don't seem to realize this is my business. This is how I make my money. Like, you know, even just to run this stream, it costs money. The electricity, the Wi-Fi, even my decks. I gotta pay for my decks. They're not given to me. So all the decks I use to read for y'all, that costs money. But nobody ever thinks about that. They don't ever think about the cost it does to run a channel like mine. So there's always gonna be those people that, I I try, and that's why I try and educate them about that. Like in case they don't know, or maybe they never stopped to consider it. Okay, well now you've been told. But you still come with me with that same entitlement attitude, well, we're gonna have a problem. And but some, get that and some don't. Speaking of the devil, Darby, you must have heard me call your name, girlfriend. How you doing, beautiful? And you do remember, and you know what I'm talking about, Judith. You know, because I did. And I drained myself. For all the months, I drained myself. But people didn't care. And it just, no. It's just not a nice way of being. You had a vibe to hop on? Well, what happened at the doctor's office today, beautiful? Did you find out? Are we having a girl? And I thought of you also, Darby, because I got a new deck in. Well, message me first. I still get to hear first before everybody else. Because I'm special. Yeah, beautiful. What's up? I want to hear. Yeah, I'm special like that. Hello. Hello, Masada Ahmed. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? I'm going to be upset if Spirit told me wrong. I know, right? And y'all can't see my face. So, I want to see what Miss Darby got to say. And you know, Bob, baby, you have to email me your phone number. That way, baby, if you get WhatsApp, I can talk to you that way, too. Come on now. Yeah, that would make sense, too. Well, y'all don't get to find out yet. She don't know for sure yet. It's interesting though. Y'all get to stay on edge. Twins. Yeah, it's interesting. Hey, you know me, baby. I'm always smirking. I'm always smiling. Yes, Diane, we can keep guessing. Still don't know, Bob. We don't have a definitive. Right, hello. Tell them why, Darby, you still don't know yet. That you're waiting on something. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You do have twins in your family like me. See, I got identical. Well, no, I take that back. Actually, there's both. I have identical and fraternal twins on my paternal side. And then I have fraternal twins on my mama's side. Yes, I saw the orb, Diane. It was a pretty big one, too. You read my body language, Bob? Mm-hmm. Wait and see. We still don't have a definitive answer. That's y'all's answer. I ain't lying. Darby's telling y'all. We still don't have a definitive answer yet. But we'll wait and see. Wait for the test to come back. You know, Darby, it's going to be a blessing no matter what. And that baby, just like Hazel, very blessed to have you as a mama. And just know that, honey. As long as the baby's healthy and you're healthy, that's all that matters, girlfriend. I hear you. I don't know what the heck that was supposed to mean. So, but yeah, I was thinking about you, Darby. I swear, I had just said your name like 10 minutes before you popped in here. Probably less than that. You can ask the chat. Because I was telling them about that one deck you had sent me pictures of that you said you was thinking of getting for me, and because I did get a new deck. Well, I got a few, but I got one just because of that deck you showed me. It's a mermaid deck, but it's an oracle deck. Copain, you think you got jokes? It's time for you to be reported. And see, don't come in here acting a fool. Because see, I don't play. So, I hope you lose that account. Good luck with that. Oh, I know you're cussing up a storm, and I don't really care. I don't know, beautiful. Here, let's see. Because I know you sent me a picture of it, too. Here, let me show you. Because you're my girl on here. I thought I saw a tarot one, but I couldn't find it. Or at least not where I was looking at anyways. So, is this it? I'm curious. I didn't think it was this one, but maybe it is. I don't know. You tell me, girlfriend. I just opened it, so I'm still trying to mess with it and look at it. I want some Hawaiian decks, though. I want some Hawaiian themed decks just to go with my other part of my heritage. Oh, okay, Darby. Well, thank you, honey. I greatly appreciate you. I'm sure this deck will go well with it. Is that it? Okay. I don't know. For whatever reason, Darby, I was thinking it was something else. I don't know why. Ooh. I just saw a bright blue orb and it seemed like it was right here. But I did see, I came across a mermaid tarot deck, but I could not tell you where I saw it at. I know I saw it online somewhere. Couldn't tell you where though, and I need to find it because I want it. Baby blue oracle. Yeah. Baby blue orb. No, it was like my electric blue. When I see the blue orbs, they normally about this color. Let's see. Do I have anything in here? Well, yeah, it's not like this color blue. It's a brighter blue. Like, think of like a electric blue. It's that bright. And that shade. Hi, Jasmine Jones. Thank you, sweetheart. That's very sweet of you, honey. But it was big. It was right here. So I don't know if the camera caught it or not. So I'll have to read up about this. You tell me. And no, Darby, unless I call my brother. That'd be about the extent of my memorial plans. Go over there and see him. Because they normally have a get-together on Memorial Day. But I meant to call him today and I didn't. Hello, Sophie. Man, I'm hungry. I need to munch on something. Hello. Hello, it's your girl, Nay. Hello, I'm just a girl. Hi, Michael. No, is that right, Bob? Okay, baby. Well, I trust you. I'm Gravy, Michael. Thank you for asking. How about you, sweetheart? And Darby, you know that shadow deck I got with the goddesses? Well, apparently they had a collector's edition that I didn't see. So, which had 10 more cards in it, so I had to go get that. So I got that today. And of course it comes in a prettier box than the, long skinny box. It's actually in a wider box and it's magnetic. I'm just like, why don't you just sell that one? Like, why does there have to be the one that has 10 less cards, 10 less goddesses, and then there's the collector's edition? Like, I don't know. Like, make that make sense. You only deleted his message? Well, it must have been foolishness. Long day. Well, Michael, well, are you off on the weekends? Because if you are, at least it's Friday. At least it's Friday here for me. Now it's going into Saturday morning, actually. Correction. So, I'm sorry it's been a long day. It's 1 o'clock in the morning for me. Saturday morning. Oh, and, I did decide I'm gonna stream this afternoon, Bob. I'm in Georgia. So, Virginia. Never been there. But I've never been up to the Northeast either. Oh, but Bob, I was saying I made a decision I will stream this early afternoon, baby. I already set up the stream. I scheduled it for 4 o'clock my time. So, what is that your time? Here in Australia. Oh, you're gonna make me use my brain, baby. Oh, what time is that? Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know it's on the way. That's 6 a.m. your time? Okay, baby. Hi, John. Scott, baby, you can always learn. How do you think a lot of people learn, baby? They become curious. They engross themselves with it and just get infatuated and um, start learning. Hi, YouTube. How you doing, baby? I'm gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Oh, and I meant to email Moonchild, and I forgot. Doggone it. I'm getting bad about that. Scott, why not, baby? Give it a try. You don't know till you try, baby. So buy you a deck, like, um, well, what if it was me, baby? If I was just starting out, I'd buy 2 decks. I buy 2 different tarot decks. I buy one that's like the classic one, but it has all the meanings on the cards. So you kind of get the hang of what the meanings are, instead of having to go search for that little guidebook that they put with the tarot deck. And then get a regular one that's not, that doesn't have the meanings on it. But what you want to do first is you want to familiarize yourself with the classic images and the meanings. That's where you want to start. You know, I wouldn't go buying like a deck like my angel deck, for an example. I wouldn't start there. You want to start with the classic Rider-Waite tarot with the classic images and then go from there and see if you can pick it up, baby. Um, but I mean, just to help you along, Oracle decks are always nice too, baby. So it'll help you mix it up, but see what works for you. I'd give it, ooh, excuse me, I'd give it a try. Yeah, give it a try, baby. And don't beat yourself up if you don't get it the first time, the second time, or even third time. Take it one step at a time. You know, it's funny because someone else on here didn't believe in tarot. Thought it was all foolishness until they found me. And they went out and bought a few tarot decks and oracle decks. And they use them. I don't think they use them all the time, but they do pull them out. Hello, Pita. Anu. How you doing? And you know, baby, I mean, you can always email me if you need, if you want any suggestions, baby. I can help guide you there. Right, Darby. YouTube does have some good videos, if you wanted to learn, just to familiarize yourself. Watch some of the videos that some people put out there. Um, but I would encourage you to spend some time along with that deck first, just to kind of familiarize yourself with the images. So you want to do it when you're not going to be distracted, to really kind of focus in on it. But if you also do this, baby, you got to understand, you're going to have to start doing like um, putting up a shield, like what I have to do, a protective shield. You would also have to use some type of like sage or palo santo to cleanse your space, because you need to get all whatever, energy that's not positive or good out of your environment. Um, and get a few crystals. You don't have to get a lot. You don't have to get, big, huge crystals either. That'll help. Yeah, you want to cleanse the decks, baby, when you first get them. Even if it's wrapped in plastic and it's never been opened. Because what you got to understand is, like what I'll have to do with, the decks I just got, I have to cleanse those decks, even though they're brand spanking new. Why? Because when they travel to me, other people still managed and handled the box. So their energy gets tied into the box and into the cards. So you want to cleanse the deck. So the best way to do it is a smoke cleanse using like Palo Santo or sage. Um, and others will also use crystals. Um, but I would do it one good time through smudging it first, using Palo Santo, sage, or I know another one out there that people use is frankincense. It's whatever, smells good to you. I like Palo Santo. I've been meaning to get some lavender to burn with it, and I just haven't. But I love the smell of Palo Santo. And some people will put the decks out in sunlight too, like Finn said. You can put it in like your windowsill, out in the sun. You can even put it out there under the full moon. It'll do it the same thing. Um, but make sure you do that before you try handling the deck and try doing a reading for yourself. Because the only energy that needs to be in that deck is yours. Which is why you want to spend some time with it. You don't want any distractions. And you want to be in a good headspace. So, like, what I'm saying to you, baby, is like, I will not handle my deck when I'm pissed off, when I'm, been crying, or when I'm sick, because I'm not in the right mind frame. All that, yucky energy goes into that deck then. And then it makes the readings not as accurate. You want it to be as accurate as you can make it, and that's how you do it. So make sure, you're in a good positive mindset space and shuffle that deck. Get as much of your energy into that deck. Let that deck feel your energy. Some people even use it and put it underneath their pillow and sleep with it in bed, because you'll connect to it that way too. But you do what works for you, baby. Well, whenever you're ready, baby. Oh yeah, Bob, they're just a waste of energy. Awesome, Darby. I can't wait. Yeah, I've heard of dragon's blood. I've never used it. I don't even know what it smells like. I've been wanting to get some and I haven't. But yeah. So, and you know, there is a book that you could actually get. I actually have it because I kind of, I'm always interested in what others' perception of the cards are. Um, if it falls in line with the regular basic guide book, plastic guidebook, or do people have a different interpretation? Because you'll get some creators who will add their own interpretation of every card that may not be exactly what the classic guidebook would say. So I'm always curious to know, just to, a different point of view of looking at things, just curiosity. I will read some of the books like that. I don't really much care to read the guidebook, but like actual, reading books, I like to read those. It always interests me what people have to say, though. Their own interpretation, their thoughts, their imprints. So, let's see. I'll give you a place to start. This doesn't have the meanings on the cards, though, baby. But the book might be helpful. That's the only reason why I'm suggesting it. And this is called. Let me pull it out. This is a good one for you to start with, Scott. And there's a lot of good information in there. I still haven't read through all of it, but it's one of those things that I need time to read through stuff and just don't have a lot. And you're back, Eternal. Yeah, Scott, for me it is, baby. But I read energy. And that more so comes with my empathic ability, where I can read other people's emotions. But it's not just the emotions. It's the actual vibration in the room, or that could be connected, which is different. It's not the same. And then it's also my connection to my spirit guides that helps. You escaped. You know, I mean, Eternal, where'd you go, baby? I got a munch. I just don't want to go heat up any food right now. More because I'm psychic, so I have different psychic abilities. One is reading the energy in the room. known as clairsentience. You got called to the rodeo, did you? Well, at least you had somewhere else to take off to. Are you still going to be there tomorrow, Eternal? Now that they called you in tonight? Nothing more. I just have a sense into it. Because I've been aware of my gifts since I was 6, 7 years old. Well, that stinks, Eternal. Yeah, I didn't know Eternal rides bulls for a living. No, I'm just teasing. You know, more. I already got pre-recorded videos on my channel that can shed some light on some of those things, questions you have. You're more than free to watch them, sweetheart. Yep, I'm not your mommy. Try again. Acting a fool. Oh, well, if he's being a troll, you know, I can always just block him too. And then he wants to act a fool, well, I'll just report him then. And depending on what was going on tonight, depends on how late I'll be on here, because if it stays quiet like it's been, I'll shut the stream down early, and I'll go and start the stream up earlier tomorrow. Hello, Chase. Because I'm not going to try and burn up my energy like that. Thank you, Bob, for posting that. But yeah, if it stays quiet like this, and I don't have any readings, paid readings, in the next hour, I'm going to shut it down and save my energy for tomorrow. For when I come back on in the afternoon, and I just might start it up earlier. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, that would be the hope, Bob, because Wolfie woke me up again today. Earlier than I wanted to be. And I still hadn't set up my Cash App yet, which I still gotta do. Well, that'll be cool. Eternal. New moon bright and 1 star when it was light this morning. Huh, Bob? What? Oh, great. I see glitter on my ottoman now. Must have came off one of my decks. Well, Shard, I'm sorry you're not feeling good, honey. You got a few showings tomorrow, Judith. Well, beautiful. Hopefully, you know, someone buys the property and hopefully they allow you to stay there, beautiful. That's what I'm praying for you. Oh, really, Ray? Yeah, you're getting reported. You disgusting pig. Have fun with that. I hope YouTube shuts down your account. Because, see, I don't play. One of these days, you disgusting perverts will learn not to talk to women that way. Doesn't matter whether it's in person or on the internet. And Eternal, I did get that shadow deck, baby. The goddess one. That has the extra cards in it. It did arrive today. And the box is prettier than the other one. That just ticks me off. Like, I don't understand why they didn't just do that with the original. And that's right, John. Macaulay, you can't talk to women that way. I got some other decks in too, but I haven't had a chance to look at them except for one. It's okay, Karen. No, since it's so quiet, it's like I might as well sit here and munch. I mean, because I started getting hungry knowing I haven't eaten. Every time you come here, I'm cussing someone out. Well, John, I mean, I'm not cussing anybody out. Do you ever hear me say cuss words? Because I don't. But chew them out and put them back in their place or put them back in the basement where they belong. Yeah, because I'm not going to put up with that nonsense. Good morning, Cora. I mean, if I could get away with cussing them out, oh, they wouldn't like that side of me. Because I was raised by the best on how to do that. I'd say every cuss word you could think of, and I'd come up with some cuss words of my own too to go with it. They wouldn't like that. Oh, really? Well, you troll. I hope you lose that account acting a fool. See you, bye. You must be blonde. I know, Karen. I know you always worry about me, beautiful, and I appreciate it. Well, I mean, that's why I got this beef jerky, at least. I mean, I still got some leftover roast in the fridge. I just don't feel like going and heating it up. I mean, I could. I probably should. Because it'd be better for me than this junk, but, you know. Because I definitely won't let it go to waste. I can promise you that. Hello, Reyes. So you feel better, Eternal, now that you got out of there, baby? I surely wouldn't want to be in that slow cooker. I mean, do your ex-wives get along? Aw. Thank you, Corey. You're so sweet, honey. And you're right, Cora. Some of them are just flat out rude and disgusting. It's like one of them told me last night after I let him have it that I need to get over myself. It's like, oh, wait, no, that's right. You need to get over me because you were the ones that was trying to, like, hit on me. That's right. You didn't like it because I rejected you and put you back in your place. Back with your mommy. Darn. John, who you talking to? Who you calling a gentleman? You sent me a logo idea, Scott? Well, let me see, baby. Boy. Is that why you volunteered for the rodeo, Eternal? That's beautiful, baby. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I should do something with my logo and change it. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it should have more of a tropical feel to it than it does. It needs something. So thank you, baby. Hi, Finn. Well, I appreciate it, Scott, so much, baby. I do like that image. And I do need to change it. I need to change my logo for my profile picture. I mean, I've avoided posting my own personal picture as my profile picture because I don't want people to be drawn to me just because I might be a pretty face that comes across the screen. I mean, unless they see my live, then nothing I can do. But I think my other thing is I don't want people stealing my picture and trying to open up fake accounts either, which we've already ran into an issue with that too. But I was debating, so that's why I've had it as it is. Oh, Brian, Baychamp, let's see, Junior. No, you wish I was a hoe. Why? Because that's the only woman you would ever get. And see, I'm not one of them. So, but you wish I was. You wish you could taste me. Sorry. You would never ever be that lucky. Oh, and I'm not that desperate. Besides the fact I know you'd fall in love with me and I'd fall asleep too. So, people gotta act a fool. You see, I'm glad some of y'all can't see what some of these disgusting pigs say. I'm glad I changed that setting to where some of these disgusting comments that come up on my stream, it don't get posted until I review it and okay it. Um, I think my mods are the only one who can see it outside of me. Because it's disgusting how some people can be. Hi, Michi. Thank you, honey. And I look like a Valkyrie. Hey, Finn, I love that. You know, I do got blood. I do have Viking blood running through my veins too. Rusty Shackleford. I don't know who you calling dude. Try again. Yeah, James. You can go take a hike. Oh, I didn't have to do anything there. My mods got to it before I can even touch my screen. So, don't come in here and act like a disgusting troll or disgusting fool. Where's the card? There you go, Karen, the instigator. No, I'm messing with you, girlfriend. I always forget about this card sometimes. I mean, but you know, I guess I should have been shuffling some cards because maybe Divine does have a message for these disgusting fools. I don't know. What does Spirit God say to these disgusting perverts and trolls? You know, Divine always seems to be right on time. Even with Justice at the bottom of my freaking deck. I can't get no better than that. Oh, just for you disgusting perverts and trolls, this is what Divine got to say to you tonight. Free of charge. So, you know, if you don't, well, I'm sure my mods will help show you the door. Good luck with that. Hello, Ricky Bobby. How you doing? Scott, you know how some of them trolls be, baby. And, you know, like I said, at least some of y'all don't see half the disgusting things that me and my mods see. Some of it's disgusting. Then the rare occasion that somebody wants to be brave and send me an email that says something disgusting or shows me something disgusting. There's all that too. I don't know. Oh, nope. I didn't summon nobody. Maybe he was hoping I did. Oh, there's those too, Ricky Bobby. But you know, baby, not all of them are, you know, underage or we'll just say young, childish adults. Some of them are actually grown men who know better. But, you know, apparently they think it's okay for a stranger to talk to their mama that way and their sister. So, and what's even more sad is some of them even got daughters. They'd be okay for a stranger talking to their daughter that way or their mama. Like, no, you don't need to be here. Acting childish, though. That's right. Even prostitutes have standards. I mean, that is true too, Karen. There are some high-class ones I've heard out there where, like, you could never get anywhere close to them for, like, less than $1,000, $2,000 or something. I was like, what? I can't be mad at them. If that's how they want to live and make their living, who am I to judge? But, yeah. That's true. You know, some of them just like to think they can get a rise out of people, too. Because they don't know how to talk to a woman in real life, you know. And then you have the ones who, you know, just resent women in general. Why? Because they've been shut down by so many women. So they don't, you know, they take it out on women like me, you know, because according to society standards, I'm attractive. Um, so, and they don't like it. Because then, obviously, women like me have already shut them down before they got to me. It's crossed your mind a few times. What's that, Cora? How some of them can be. You know, the fact that they would think it's okay to talk to a man to talk to their mama that way, their sister or their daughter. It's like, what? Oh, the money. Yeah, I mean, I can't be mad at those high dollar prostitutes if that's how they want to make their living. Who am I to judge? They must got it going on, you know. Hello. No, I would never do it myself, Cora. I could never ever do that. And it's crazy because I think that's what always confused me. about my parents, how they raised me to have high standards when it came to men, the type of men I date, especially my daddy. My daddy would never allow a guy to come to my house and take me out on a date unless he brought flowers. Okay, he had to have flowers in his hand for me. And he better be taking me to like a sit down restaurant. It better not be no fast food restaurant. Otherwise, my daddy wouldn't let you leave with me. You know, so in that regard, they raised me to have high standards and expectations. You know, to be treated right, treated with class, you know, sophistication, that kind. But then, my parents also told me before I turned 18, when they wanted me to start modeling, um, they suggested that I should go pose for Playboy because they thought I would make a lot of money from it. And it's like, I cannot believe y'all would be okay with your own child being in that type of magazine. And I'm like, well, it's not Hustler or one of the other magazines. They looked at Playboy as being classy. The other ones, not so much. Okay. So, but yeah. Good night, Nancy. Oh, I'm sure you do, Eternal. Especially as time progresses forward. You know, Bob, some of them, though, I can't just limit that out, baby, because some of them might just, you know, started, you know, coming on here. And they may not be like them. Don't worry, baby. There's going to come a time here soon. Within the next 6 months, I'd imagine it's going to be less than that. Where I'll be able to cut out a lot of the trolls. Because I'll be limiting how much time I stream then. Because that's when I'll enable the memberships. And then it'll go to memberships only for a lot of the time. So unless you're a member, I won't, you know, they won't have access to me. And that'll help with that. And that's why I haven't switched it yet, baby, because I'm waiting for it to create more, build more. But I gotta mess with it still. Hello, Marcos. I'm what? Eternal. Hey, Mark. Hi, Chris. Yeah, Eternal, you did say that before. That even some of the trolls would even buy a membership for me just so they can come on there and act a fool. I mean, there will be a different audience, Bob, but even some of that garbage still goes on during the day, baby. I've watched it. When I've streamed the other times during the day before, they still come in there and act a fool. Um, I used to stream more in the earlier part of the day, but I just stopped. That's true, too, Bob. They want to come in there and act a fool. At least they're going to pay me to come in there and act a fool. It doesn't mean I'm still going to put up with it. Yeah, Luke, this is not that type of channel. Yep, exactly, Bob. And that's what I hope to gain, to build up to. That's why I'm going to wait until it hits 10,000 before I try it. Hello, Jerry. Thank you, honey. Well, Luke, I understand what you're saying, honey. That's also what Google's for, you know. And Judith, you should be proud of that, beautiful, because I look at it the same way. How some of these people on here, in fact, I watched a video earlier today when I was in the middle of doing something. I think I was getting dressed or something. So I wasn't actually watching the video, I was just listening to it. But it was talking about how some of these how some of these women, how they, you know, have this expectation when they first go out on a date, and they were just being absurd. When I say absurd, like this one woman called this guy who asked her out on a date, and she was expecting him to pay to have her nails done, just to go out on a date with him. Like, what? What? I looked at it, I'm like, oh, no, no, no. And then another one had done something crazy. They like went to some restaurant and she ordered like 3 different meals. Like it was a whole big buffet. I'm like, what? Like, this is what y'all do? No. Mm-mm. I would never ever do such a thing. And the fact that they act that way, I can't believe it. So, you know, like I said, I understand how some guys can be. And they may not do, you know, treat a woman right. But even at the same time, I see how some of these younger women out here too, they are not being, um, I don't know, their expectations, like on the first date, no, I just can't do it. It blew my mind. I don't understand. But how they do interact and treat each other just in general, on both sides of the table, I don't understand. Because I was not raised that way. And I was not raised to be treated that way and to allow others to be treated that way. Oh, is that right? Online Karen? Yep. You might as well just hand me over that $20. Because you'd be wrong. More than wrong. Good try, though. Nope. I don't have any tattoos. Try again. Not like it matters. Oh, heck no, Bob. There's that too. It's like, what? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. But then, part of that video, there was another woman on there. She had already been in a relationship with this guy, but she had a child with him. Well, she also had a child with two other people, I think, one or two other guys. And so, one of the baby's fathers stopped by to see his child and brought, I think it might have been McDonald's to, feed his child, I guess just a sparing, last minute thing. I don't know. I don't know what the backstory was, but so he brought food for his daughter. Well, the mama was upset because he didn't bring food for her other children. That's not his. Now, I understand it to a point, her reaction, like you don't, yeah, I understand those aren't your children, but at the same time, they're together. Unless you expect your child to share her food with her siblings, like, I, I, I understand her point as a mama, but at the same time, to have this automatic expectation, oh, you're coming over and dropping off food for your child? No, you're going to drop off food for my other kids too that aren't sure. It's like, no. There's a right way of handling that. And it rubbed me the wrong way. It's like, no. It's crazy. So, but then there's like these men out there who, I don't know, like my daddy, like I said, my daddy raised me, if a guy, wants to take you on a date, he does pay for the date. I'm old fashioned. That's how I was raised. So where you have some of these guys, the younger generation, that have this mindset like, no, you pay for yours and I'll pay for mine kind of deal. It's like, oh no, you won't ever be able to take me out then, because my daddy raised me better than that. But then there was like this one who, I think it wasn't their first date, but they weren't exclusive either. But he had said something about he had already taken her out on a few dates, and he had taken her out to a nice restaurant, and you know, according to him, the bill was a good amount, and they went to the movies, and he wanted to get popcorn and asked her if she would, you know, split the money for the popcorn, since he took her out, to a nice meal. And yeah, she got all excited about that. It's like, well, I mean, if it was my daddy would have told him hell no. But that's my daddy. My daddy would have flat out said no. You asked my daughter out. If you want to go to the movies, you should have thought about that. But some of these other younger guys, it's just, I don't know. I'm old fashioned, I guess. I don't know. I just can't do it. Well, playlist iPhone, you would never get a date with me. Because you would not be taking me back to your place. I promise you that. So it's crazy though. Where I see it on both sides. I understand where the guys come from at times, and I could see it from their side, but I also see it from the lady's side, and it's just like, man, I'm just no. Guys would not be able to handle a woman like me because they would automatically have this, if they have that mindset like, oh, well, you're supposed to split the bill and this and that. Oh, no, no, no. My daddy would tell you, not just no, he'd tell you hell no and get off his property. You're not taking this baby anywhere. If you think she's paying for this date, because she's not. You asked her out. So, that's how I was raised. But it's different. Man, I cannot. I don't understand. It's crazy. Oh, Tyler, you first. If you really think that's gonna happen, you got nothing coming. You would never be that lucky. And I ain't that desperate. Oh, and I just reported you too. So I suggest you remember your manners before you come in here and talk that nonsense to a woman again. Yes, Karen. I was. I was raised old school. But, you know, at the same token, it's like, you know, like y'all hear me talk about when I am with someone, when I am, you know, seriously dating someone, we're in a relationship, don't think that I don't spoil my man because he gets spoiled by me. And the same way he spoils me, I would do the same for him. But it's up to that point. Like, I was raised differently. And, but even like the whole mindset, I guess, of like it was in the old days of, you know, the men are the hunters and that kind of thing. And you're supposed to help, you know, provide and be the protector and the leader. You know, they want to be the leader, but they don't want to do all the protecting and providing. But they want you to listen to them and do everything they say. Oh, really? Yeah, daddy didn't raise a fool either. Nope. My daddy didn't raise me to be stupid either. I'm a daddy's girl, so daddy raised me right. You know, in that regard. And it's just a different way of being. I don't know. I mean, God knows I'm in my 40s, but even in my 20s, so 20 years ago, nope, still wouldn't. Still would not have tolerated that treatment from them. And, you know, I get why some of them feel the way they feel, but they shouldn't treat everyone like everyone's the same either. And that goes on both sides, no matter whether they're a man or woman. Because not everyone's the same. Got to give everyone a chance. And then if they act like a fool, improve to be kind of like the rest, the bad side, then okay, I get it. But you shouldn't just automatically categorize, put everyone and say that they're going to treat you that way. You know, they do deserve a chance. What's body count? What do you mean, Judith? Tidewater area. Playlist iPhone, you are not making any sense to me. And we speak English in here. See you bye. I don't have time for the nonsense. Well, it's 2 o'clock. So I said by 2:30, if it's, you know, still like this, I'm going to get off and I'll come back, you know, maybe an hour earlier. We'll have to wait and see. There is that too, Bomb. Like they, you know, people don't have accountability. It's, you know. Well, playlist, why don't you tell me, since you want to come in my chat and use that language, okay? Otherwise, you can get out. Hey, Eric. Oh, Philip? Yeah, kick you out. That's what I got to do. See you, bye. Tim, I guess depends on what you asking. If you want a tarot reading, it's $30 US. Oh, thank you, Panina. I love my angel wings. No, well, thank you, sweetheart. That's very sweet of you. And JC, beautiful, I agree with you, honey. If you want a reading, honey, I know my mods will put the information in the chat where you can make the payment, and it'll give me a chance to run to the ladies' room and go check on my cat. Playlist? I don't know. I didn't ask you to be here. See ya. Bye. Oh, okay. I think I understand what y'all mean by body count. I've never heard that before. Body count. Like, what business is it of anyone's? I don't know. I'm so old school in that way, I reckon. I mean, I'm married at a young age, so I got married when I was 21. Like, Alright. We'll be right back, y'all. You're funny, Bob. I'm right here. No, we're not calling this stream. Where's Amanda? I already been here 4.5 hours, so. Are you leaving, JC? Okay. You didn't want a reading? Okay. Have a good night. I'm gonna shut it down here in a few minutes, y'all. So I can come back this afternoon. That'll give me a chance to look at some of these other decks and catch up with a friend of mine. And nope, I haven't seen it. I don't watch movies, not usually. I couldn't even say the last movie I've seen, actually. I don't have a bloody clue. I like the Viking one, Scott. Oh, she's pretty too. Hey, Scott, make me a Japanese theme one. Thank you, baby. I trust you can do it. Okay, Bob. Yeah, please do, baby. And I can connect you to my WhatsApp. That way you'll have a direct link to me. Because a few of the mods connect to me that way. Because WhatsApp, you can talk to anybody around the world. And it don't cost you anything. It's all text messaging. You can even video chat. They just use your cellular data. If you do it from a cell phone, it's a cellular app, but you can download it onto your computer too. You just gotta, if you do it from your cell phone, baby, I'd be able to connect to you that way. Okay, Judith, well, have a good night, sweetheart. Appreciate you. No, we ain't changing the stream or the channel. Yeah, I don't find that funny, actually. I guess people expect me to sit here for 4.5 hours and not get up and use the ladies' room. Or go check on some things, well, you know. Hi, the Hypersilly Nova. Thank you, baby, I got it. Right, Bob and Eric? I guess not. I guess so. They apparently caring. Like, I mean, I don't know. I guess they think maybe I have, oh, I'm trying not to be disgusting, but, what they use in hospitals. Like, come on. I gotta do that too sometimes too, Eric, because it kills my back to sit here that long without getting up and walking for a minute. Hey, Ashley. Well, thank you, honey. I appreciate that. I mean, some people do, though. They just have this expectation I'm supposed to sit here, I guess, throughout. Like, can't use the ladies' room, can't go check on my cats. I mean, I guess if I ran out of something to drink, I can't go get another drink either. Like, come on. Let's use our common sense. But then, you know, some say common sense ain't common no more. Hi, Thomas. Thank you. Yes, Bob, I will, baby. I gotta write that down. Because I do got a towel I think I can use. I just gotta find one of my hair ties that I can wrap around it. So that I do have that. But yeah. Especially come today when I do a longer stream. If it goes well. Let's see. Towel to fold up. And a bucket under the desk. I'm definitely not a couch potato. Definitely not. You're right about that, baby. I can't be. Like, I just, I mean, I can, when I'm tired, I'm tired. Like, my body's just kaput. And, yeah, I probably need to lay in bed and rest. Um, but most times, when I'm laying in bed, I'm sleeping, you know. And depending on the, day of the week, depends on how much sleep I get, which most of y'all know, I may only sleep 4 or 5 hours a night, especially on, the nights I scream. It's like, that's as long as my body allow me to sleep. Until my off days, then I just shut down for like 12, 14 hours. Yeah, Judith, I did give him your email address. He had to remind me again, so I apologize, beautiful. Karen, I have the stream set for 4 o'clock. Um, depending on how late I stay up after I close the stream down, I might try and get on an hour or two sooner. It's just going to depend, beautiful, what time I actually get up. Which will depend still on what time I actually go crawl in bed. Because I do got to catch up with somebody after I end the stream and have a chat with them. Oh, Ashley. You know what, beautiful? I didn't even know what that was until somebody, it just dawned on me what people were talking about. Because I had somebody put it in my chat last night or the other day, asking about body counts. I'm like, what? And I ignored it. I mean, that's just me. That just shows you, like, in the dating world today, the different terminology people use for that. I don't know if that's the respectful way of asking that. I don't know, but I understand too, honey. Mac MC. Yeah, apparently you can land a lot in that basement that your parents done locked you into. Make sure you clean up your room for your parents too. You don't want to upset them. Having all that Frito, crumbs laying around, Dorito crumbs, or how about the Cheetos, all that Cheeto dust. You don't want to get roaches and all that. Make sure you change your bed sheets too. Don't give all that extra work to your mama. That's not cool. God knows since you're living for free in her basement after all. make sure you clean up after your sloppy self. I mean, after all, she obviously let you out of the basement for one night to come on here and act a fool. So you can go back to the basement. Because I know you're pissed off because you got to live at home with mommy and daddy. Shit on you. Sorry. Yeah, T-Bone. You can go kick your behind somewhere else. Hi, country boy. Apparently not. Hello, Tony. Hello, Joe. Oh, really, Dane? Yep, see you, bye. Oh, wait, my mods are faster than me. Thank you, Eric. Don't come here act like a fool. I understand, Ashley. You know, DePaul, you can go look that up on Google. See you, bye. Country boy, I mean, life's been good. You know, baby, it could be better, you know, but it could be worse. You know, I'm appreciative. I'm here. I get to be here with y'all. And, you know, I got a roof over my head. So I'm gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Alex, seriously? Hey, if you don't like seeing me on your screen, you know, the door's right there. Don't let it hit you on the way out. Joe, life is hard. Well, you know, sweetheart, the universe always has to challenge us. That's just the way it goes, honey. And that's pretty too. I like that one. Well, yeah. I like them, Scott. Thank you, baby. You're so funny, country boy. You know, it's like some of them really do. Some of them really, really do. They do act that way. And, you know, they make you want to do that, country boy. Especially some of the ones that want to come here and act a fool. But it's crazy. Ashley, honey, don't take it that way. You know, they were having a conversation, someone brought it up, and it was just a quick conversation. So don't feel like they're coming after you, honey, because they're not. If they were coming after you, beautiful, they would have already put you in timeout or kicked you out. So I like to think my mods are pretty fair. The only time they won't like give you a warning and they'll put you in timeout or kick you out is when you say something disgusting, perverted to me, or you are disrespectful, like how some of these trolls like to come in here, like the one just a few minutes ago about, you know, trying to make it seem like I got a big forehead or something, things like that, and I don't tolerate the nonsense. So, or if it's a conversation that ends up getting into religion, because I try and avoid that conversation as much as possible to be respectful of everyone's religious beliefs, whether they believe the same as I do or something completely different. I'm accepting of everyone. So that's it, honey. So don't take it personally. That's true, country boy. And they do, baby. They do make me laugh. Y'all can make me laugh. Or be racist. Yep. That's another one. You like my angel wings? Well, thank you. I do. I I bought those wings many, many years ago on the internet, and I couldn't even tell you from where. Like when I say I bought them many, many years ago, um, I sold my house a couple years ago, and they sat in a box for like 4 or 5 years before then. I never took them out of the box. I had plans on originally using those wings to hang them up in my spare bedroom and hanging up some of my loved ones' pictures who had passed away, like make a memorial wall with it. That was my initial plan. I just never got around to it. But I instead, apparently I was saving it for this. Polly, yes, the LGBTQ are allowed here too. I'm accepting of everyone. Country boy, give me an example. Polly, you've been in this stream long enough that I would think you would know by now. That's kind of a silly question to ask, don't you think? I mean, heck, you can always watch my introductory video that's pre-recorded on my channel that tells you exactly why I created this channel. And that'll answer all them questions for you. JC, I'm probably fixing to go, sweetheart. But I'm going to be back tomorrow night. I'm actually going to start streaming early in the afternoon. I have my stream already set at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Um, but I'll have the other regular stream that's also set at 10 p.m. Eastern. So I might take a couple hour break in between. Depends on how tomorrow afternoon stream goes. So I'll be available then. Thank you, LPK. Yeah. Well, I already buried my parents. You know, I lost my mama when I was 19. And I lost my dad when I was 25. And I lost my stepdaddy, who was also daddy to me when I was 30. So, plus all my grandparents. And even some great aunts and uncles. And also some friends. And a couple, actually I did lose a couple aunts too. I look forward to it, JC. Yeah, sweetheart. Just let me know. JC, as long as you're subscribed to my channel and you got your notifications set to all, you should get notified every single time I come online. I come live. It'll notify you, or it should. Or anytime I post new content to my channel. As long as you got that, sweetheart. Cora, I don't know what you mean by books, honey. Like, what do you mean? What kind of books are you asking about? Like, on what subject exactly? Because I really, I really couldn't give you any good suggestions outside of tarot. Because I don't really read. I don't get a chance to read a lot of books. You know, most of my experience in coming to, whether you want to call my psychic abilities and spirituality or reading tarot, came from a young age. All right. Have a good night, Ashley. See you next time. Okay, there's a spirit here. I just smelled a sweet perfume. But of course it's gone. And I smelled it and it's gone. Just like that. Alright, spirit. I smelled you, so I know you're here. It's a woman's perfume, I would think, Karen. It's like a sweet smell, but it's a floral. It's a sweet floral smell. That's the best way I can describe it. And it was right here. But just as quickly as I smelled it, next breath it's gone. But they're here. And they wanted me to know. Which normally, I mean, that's not the first time I've been in this office and I've smelled. I've had scents come to me before. So maybe I needed like, yeah, connect to the spirit if they want to come forward. Since they're trying to get my attention, it seems. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Jake. Hello, Giant. Well, thank you, Giant. Appreciate you, sweetheart. A spirit orb just flashed? Well, they're here. I just saw a spirit orb up there. So there's a feminine energy here. There's a woman here. Well, that's interesting, Eric. Only oranges? You would never smell anything else? And if you only smell oranges, Eric, um, baby, when you think of oranges, does it then make you think of someone who's passed away that you would, have had a relationship with? Because I would put my money on it that that's them. Hmm. Well, Karen, I didn't get cold though. That's what's interesting. Maybe they were afraid to step into my energy like that. Hmm. Well, beautiful people, I'm gonna shut it down for the night. And so, like I said, I'm gonna try to come on earlier than 4, but if it's not before 4 p.m. Eastern, I'll be here at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And then I have the other stream, which is my regular scheduled stream each night at 10 p.m. Eastern too. Hi, beautiful, majestic. I was thinking about you earlier, beautiful. It's been quiet, honey. I was actually getting ready to shut it down, girlfriend. So, you just waking up, girlfriend? In fact, you and I need to catch up. Oh, thank you, Karen. Same to you, beautiful. You're eating? Okay, honey. Yeah, I was gonna shut it down because there's nothing going on tonight. It's quiet. So I'm not gonna go through and drain my energy anymore. I'll wait to see what, this afternoon, now that it's Saturday. See what Saturday afternoon has in store. See if anybody wants to get a paid reading from me then. So I'm gonna conserve my energy for then. So I hope everybody has a beautiful, wonderful night. Thank you for hanging out with me. Sweet dreams to y'all. Take care. Good night. Hope to see y'all tomorrow, or later today, I should say. Much love to y'all.